Hey, what's going on? Alan, you have a growth.
Just a little bit. It's a big Pokemon Go weekend coming up, so going to be working at it a while this weekend, getting in the right mentality. Got 16 hours this weekend.
I don't miss those days.
It's going to be epic. It's like this summer, 1 man, 3 million Pikachu. The only
Right.
question is, do you have the balls to catch them all? Yeah,
We do.
We're ready for this. I'm psyched. I'm pumped. We're ready.
Well, we're here, and we've got another episode of Heavy Metallurgy this week, and this is a fun special one. We've got a couple awesome guests that are diehard warriors that are both overseas and staying up way past their bedtimes. Well, maybe not Jurgen. He's a creature of the night, but
does Jurgen have a bedtime?
I don't know if Jurgen has a bedtime. He just poured a drink the size of me, so I don't think he's going to bed anytime soon. But Mike, on the other hand,
I think he just sits in like a big leather chair listening to heavy metal all the time.
I think so. But we're excited to have let's get him on here. Let's get Mike on. From Metal Mickey channel. Mike, welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks for coming,
guys.
Absolutely.
We've been trying for a while to get him, and we finally ensnared him. And he took a couple naps today, and I think he's ready to roll.
Yeah, I'm as ready as I'll ever be, I suppose, at this time of morning.
So if anybody is not familiar with the Metal Mickey channel, we've got a link down in the description. Go check him out. He does a lot of he's done rankings, collection stuff. He does some opinion pieces. He's just kind of whatever comes to mind. He does a good job at conveying his thoughts, I think. And always enjoyed his channel. Always enjoyed him for sure. And it's great to have you on, Mike.
Oh yeah.
Thank you very much.
Also, I did not put a link into it. I fucked up. I should have put a link to him and the Rock Scout, Cloudy Milder, who's been on the show, and Mark G with the C. They have a show they try to do once a month called Contact in Blood. It's on its own channel. I should have put it in the description. But
we can add it later.
We'll add it later. Definitely go check out the Contact in Blood. And we have another guest here, what we've already mentioned, Jurgen Aumann. He has been on the show before numerous times. Jurgen, how's it going, man?
I'm fine. Already started to drink, so...
Me too.
Let's cheers.
I brought out the big guns if things start to go sideways. So I'm ready to ruin my day tomorrow, which would not be a wise idea. But
Alan,
I'm
going to ruin my day today.
Alan, why don't you size up what's going on tonight? And I forgot to do something. I'm going to go take care of that real quick here while you're doing that.
No problem at all. Well, tonight we revisit a popular segment that we call Keep or Reap. So the idea is each of us will take turns naming 2 albums, and each of the other 3 people are going to have to make a choice. One album they get to keep, which means they'll have it as long as they want it. They can listen to it anytime, any place, as much or as little as they feel like. But the other album, the one that they choose to reap, they never, ever get to hear again. They don't get to own it. They don't get to hear it in the background, of their friend's place. They can't go see the band play it live. No shenanigans, no loopholes.
No cheating.
No cheating. Yeah, whatever album you give up, you give that album up permanently and forever. You will never, ever hear that album again, except in the echoes of your memory, which will probably just, make you even more sad. So that is what we do. Sometimes we come up with pairs that are kind of, just for fun. Sometimes we come up with pairs that are weird. Sometimes we come up with pairs that are excruciatingly cruel. And people have to kind of be put through the ringer to decide, which album they will give up to the shock and horror of everybody else. So we laugh, we cry, we try to make one another cry. And that is the nature of Keep or Reap.
And sometimes we never live it down, right, Alan?
Sometimes it persists and goes down in the legends of YouTube history, which is quite a thing. But yes, Mike, why did you want to? Mike chose this for his appearance tonight. Mike, what made you want to do Keep or Reap with Jurgen and Marty and I?
I probably don't know enough about any particular band to do a dedicated deep dive on somebody. I'd probably be out of my depth here with you three, to be honest. But this was the lesser evil. And being sort of how I am, things are usually black and white. I'm not usually on the fence about much. Mm-hmm. So I can normally say yes or no to something, you know. And I thought, well, seeing as though that's the nature of the game, I'm probably a reasonable fit for that sort of thing.
Makes sense. Yep.
Yeah, I hope I have some stumpers in this pile. Then I hope we got some stumpers here.
We'll see. Yeah, when Marty and I announced this was coming up, some folks in the chat had immediately said like, "Oh, Mike's going to be very good for that because yes, he won't hold anything back." So yes, others agree that you will. You're kind of made for this particular.
Yeah, kind of an opinionated asshole. Yeah.
No.
But hey, none of us here have ever done that. No.
For the 57 people that are already on, I mean, hey, thank you everybody for hanging out with us tonight. And
absolutely. Good to see everybody on a Friday night. Hope everyone has some fun watching us make some what may be tough choices. We'll have to see.
Well, without further ado, I've got quite a pile of shit here, so we should probably get started. Mike, since you're new to the crowd, why don't you present us with the first keep or reap?
Yep.
Right. Well, my first batch here is for Alan. Now, apologies, Alan, because I'm nowhere near as deep into the Nwobum as you are. But I do have two albums here that I've listened to this week, and I thought these were a reasonable pairing. I hope you've heard both of them, but you should have, judging by your channel.
We'll see. Probably.
So the first one is the first Def Leppard, which I know you'll have heard that.
Oh yeah, On Through the Night. Yep.
But the second one, I hope you've heard, is the Heavy Pettin album, Letting Loose, from 1983.
Oh, okay. It's been a long time, but yes, I've heard Heavy Pettin. Okay.
Scottish band. So, where do you stand on those two?
All right, let me. I'm going to pull up the Heavy Petting track list over here because it has been a long time since I've seen that one. Jog my memory. On the Def Leppard one, that one it has some very good songs on it that I like, but some of it I'm a little mediocre on Through the Night compared to some folks. I know some folks really dig that album. I really dig, I think it's mostly side 2 of that album. Side 1, I'm not nuts about. Let's see, what's on the Heavy Pettin album here again? In and Out of Love, right? Broken Heart, On the Run. Victim of Night, Rock Me, Shout It Out. Devil in Her Eyes, okay, and Hell is Beautiful. Okay, well, I'll think about this. And, of course, Jurgen and Marty, you guys can weigh in, too. Let's see also what the chat is saying. I usually will try to stall and buy time to see if other folks are chiming in on it. So let's see. Anybody out there got an opinion on these two yet? Chromie says pretty much the same album. I love them both. All right, so right away, you've already made it tough on Chromium Dioxide tonight, Mike.
Well, the reason I didn't go with High and Dry was because I knew High and Dry would beat it for most people.
That's a very good point. Yeah, High and Dry, this is a much quicker, easier call to make. But yeah, pairing it against On Through the Night, makes it, those albums are a little more of a good pairing. So good call on that. Myself, I think on this, I would still take On Through the Night. Again, while it's not my favorite Def Leppard, there are a couple of songs like Wasted and...
That was a video. They did a video for that one.
Yeah, it was an early track for them. So I think I'll take the Def Leppard. No offense to the Heavy Pettin, but yeah, there are a couple of songs that I do go back to On Through the Night for. So Jurgen, what do you think about this pair?
No question about it. It's Def Leppard because I haven't heard the Heavy Pettin album.
Me too. Okay. I'm with Jurgen. I have not heard Heavy Pettin.
Okay.
I know another Heavy Pettin album, and I didn't like it.
No. Very different animal, that next one. I reckon you guys could do a lot worse than go and revisit that Heavy Pettin album. To me, it's better than Def Leppard. it's not as good as High and Dry, but it is better than On Through the Night. And you should maybe refresh yourself with the Alan.
Yep, this one. Yeah, and I know the other one you guys are talking about, the Rock Ain't Dead album. Yeah, that's you don't need to refresh yourselves on that album, really.
No.
Mike, you know I'm selling a lot of my collection. Don't make me buy this album.
I made you buy a fucking Steely Dan record, so I don't want to hear that you're trying to sell your records.
I just listened to that Steely Dan record yesterday.
It's fucking good, man. There's something about it. It's really good. It's unique. It's good. I don't know. It's like a nostalgia thing for me, but I hated it when I was a kid. I love it now. I don't know what the fuck happened. I must be getting old.
So Steely Dan or Def Leppard? Steely Dan.
Steely Dan. Yeah. What are you saying, Mike?
It turned up for sale yesterday, and it was the Steely Dan, but it was done in the Napalm Death logo.
Okay.
Awesome.
All right. So good.
All right.
Open this up. A very good even pairing there for sure.
Well, let's get on to our next guest here, Jurgen. What have you got that's gonna inflict the pain?
So all the pairings I choose for you, you will recognize a pattern here. So, Mike, this is going out to you. Mordred in this life, or Sabbat, History of a Time to Come.
If you'd have said Dreamweaver, it would have been Mordred.
Really?
Yeah.
I've watched your Noise Records ranking again, and that's why I choose these two.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's gonna be mean.
I think I would still take history over that.
Okay.
But it is very close. It is close. People, if they haven't heard that Mordred album, it pisses on Fool's Game, even though it's not as thrashy as Fool's Game.
I really like Fool's Game other than the funk tracks, but I've been real leery to check out. I've heard you and Jurgen both praising that record. It makes me kind of want to try it.
This is a different beast. Is it, Mike?
Yeah.
Is it more funk?
No. Yes and no.
Yes and no. Yeah.
It's strange, isn't it? Very, very good. The only thing is, it's not cheap now.
Yep. What do you think, Alan?
For me on this one, I would keep the Sabbat. I personally never have gotten into Mordred too much. Maybe I need to revisit them sometime. They always were just a little too off the wall for me. So yeah, for me, this one would be pretty easy to keep Sabbat. Love both the Sabbat. The first two Sabbat albums. I always forget there's a third one. I kind of pretend it doesn't exist.
So do they.
So does everybody, I think. Yes.
I'm going to go with Sabbat because I have not heard the Mordred album. But if it was Fool's Game put up against Sabbat, Sabbat would still win. I love the first two Sabbat albums. They're so good. I might be a little bit bigger Dreamweaver fan, but they're both great albums. Great albums. So who's next? Alan. Alan is next. What have you got?
All right. This one, I have some that definitely are kind of earmarked for one person more than the others, but this one's just kind of a general one for everybody. Couple of early American metal classics. Now, I did not pull albums to show. Some of these I have, some I don't, so it would be awkward when I only have one of the two. But first pair for everybody to consider, Metal Church, self-titled album, versus Savatage, Hall of the Mountain King.
Easy.
Yep.
Easy one. Why don't you start, Mick? What do you got?
I honestly, I'm not the biggest lover of Metal Church until the Human Factor I can take them or leave them, and I mean I don't think they're crap by any stretch, but I don't understand the sort of hype that they get, to be honest. So for me, Fall of the Mountain King destroys it.
Okay. So we got one for Savatage. Jurgen, what do you think?
Ooh, that is a pretty tough one. I love both albums. The production on the Savatage album is better, but I think in general, I would go with Metal Church because I love all the songs, including the Deep Purple cover.
Yeah, me too.
That is a hard one. Yeah, Metal Church.
Okay, Marty?
It's not as hard for me because, the Savatage I acquired within the last 10 years or so, whereas the Metal Church I've got a lot of history with. And I mean, it's connected with me and my buddy Scott driving around the 8th Street Cemetery under the full moonlight jamming Metal Church's debut and Onslaught the Force. Those two albums are just, it takes me back to that time. Metal Church 100%. I mean, Savatage rules, but that Metal Church album it's kind of a magical power metal, US power metal album. I love it so much. I love the ferocity of it. I like the production of it. It's a good album. It's just a solid album, but I'd have to go Metal Church.
That's fair. I kind of figured you would on that one. Myself, I would keep the Savatage here. So I think we've got a 2-2 split on this particular one. 2 for Metal Church.
Don't worry, the Savatage is coming back. So
we may have to venture back into the Hall of the Mountain King a little later, huh?
Yes.
Fair enough.
All right. Well, for the first one, I thought since this is Mike's first time, I would pick a couple English bands. English thrash is not something that I'm super in love with. I've got some bands that I love, but I've heard him talk, I think, about both of these. This one in particular. We got Damn Inside Out up against Death Wish's Demon Preacher. Which will you choose? I think you know the guys in Damn, don't you? So you don't want to piss off your mates.
Yeah. Well, I can embarrass myself here and say I haven't actually heard the Death Wish album, believe it or not.
Oh, it's pretty good.
It's just been reissued, I think. So it's something that I should really be picking up. But I haven't heard it, I'll be honest. And the Damn album is I love it, but I can understand if people don't because it's strange. It's quite a strange album, but I really enjoy it. Yeah, but no, that Death Wish, yeah, that's one I need to pick up. I only ever heard of them because Lemmy always used to wear the T-shirt.
He did,
and
right on.
And they didn't sort of come on my radar among me and my friends at all. To be honest, that's the only connection I have with them, and then people showing it in the VC. So I'm just a novice UK thrasher.
Okay. Jurgen, where are you leaning on this one?
Death Wish, easily. I love that record. I just love it. Mike, be prepared to get some Death Wish in the mail next week or so.
Oh.
Just like that. Fucking A.
I've got both of Death Wish's albums on CD and vinyl, and I'm going to send you the CDs.
What's up, Simon? From Australia. Simon. Cheers. So, okay.
You get education in UK thrash from all over the world. So
yeah, that's right.
What about you, Alan? Where are you at with Death Wish or Damn?
I am not familiar with the Damn album, so I'm in the other boat from Mike. I like the Death Wish album, but I do not know the Damn album, so I kind of got to take a pass on this one since I have nothing. I can only talk on one. But yeah, the Death Wish is quite good. The Damn would have to be pretty strong to beat that one, which maybe it is. I'll have to check it out sometime.
Well, Damn is one of those bands that I'm late to, and I've talked on this channel and these shows before on my, I've got some English thrash bands that I really like, but we've talked here before, Alan and I, how England always kind of in the thrash scene seemed like they kind of came a little late. Damn to me is okay. I don't love the vocalist. The songs are a little scattered for me. The Death Wish is way more, I think, plotted out and way better executed, better songs. Them trying to sound a little bit American. Would you agree, Jurgen? Would you say there's a little Metallica going on there, a little Metal Church going on in there? And I don't know. I kind of always kind of lump them with that, but I like it. It's a good album.
On the second album, on Demon Preacher, yeah, it's a little bit more American. Do you know the first album?
I have not heard the first album. No.
Okay. What is the name? At the Edge of Damnation, I think.
Yep, that's the one.
Yeah, that one sounds a little bit more British.
Ah, right on. Oh, here we go. Poor Melanie.
Both albums are great. Both Deathwish albums. I do like the DAM album, yeah, but Deathwish wins for me.
Right on.
Like with regards to the UK thrash, I know a lot of us over here we bang on about it, but we're not stupid. We know it doesn't hold a candle to the American or the German stuff. It's just that it's the only thing we've got, so we cling to it.
I mean, there's some good shit. I mean, a lot of you British guys and stuff in the UK, you show off that Acid Rain stuff, and I have never. It just seemed like party thrash to the max, and just the covers and shit. I'm like, I don't know, man. If I could, I checked out a few songs off their new one, and I'm like, God, I don't like this. It's just not good. I don't know.
The Fear is the album, the Acid Rain album I would recommend to anyone is The Fear. The one after it, Obnoxious, that seems to get a lot of credit. I'm not a fan, to be honest, but The Fear is what I would recommend anybody. But I like the new one as well. But yeah, there were trailing behind the times, the American one, the British ones. They didn't have any money, they didn't have any backing, and they were just emulating the heroes. Zentrix were emulating Metallica and Testament, and stuff like that. They didn't bring really anything other than a comedic value, which isn't really what sticks. It hasn't got any long-lasting appeal, has it? Humor in music.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the UK was ahead of the ball, with Black Sabbath, Motorhead, Iron Maiden, Judas Priest, the entire new wave of British heavy metal, Napalm, Carcass, everything grind related. So I think it's okay if y'all skipped the thrash scene
and gothic stuff, like and
yes, then the gothic waves,
Fields
too.
of the Nephilim and shit like that. I mean, UK is very predominant in creating bands that mean something, that have done something. It's.
I've heard Alan talking before about how the UK seem to jump thrash and go right into more extreme stuff, and that's I would say that, even though that didn't occur to me before he said it.
Yep,
I agree.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And there's other people here too, and I've heard so many people talk up Eccentrics, and you guys as well. And the only Eccentrics I own is the Ghostbusters cassette single, and that is complete fucking garbage. I'm like, you know what? If this is what the band is representing, I am not investing any import money on that fucking garbage. Another band, Cerebral Fix, decent, but never really blew me away. It's like another one of those English thrash bands that seem to create a buzz, but I'm just never. But
that sort of stuff was 10 a penny, but now it's expensive, and quite frankly, it's not worth putting the money out for.
Yeah.
If you're seeing it for £3 in a shop, then you're going to pick it up anywhere. But nowadays, that Life Sucks and Then You Die record will cost you 25-30 quid. It's not worth that.
Let's see here. This one here. Oops, hold on. Hell Bastard Natural Order is a good. See, I always thought that was kind of okay. I guess before this, Hell Bastard were a crust band. I think they're back in a crust band.
That isn't really representative of what they were. They hate that album themselves.
Yeah. Yep. Well, okay, Mike, you're back. Let's. What's your next pairing?
All right, okay. Well, this one's aimed at you primarily, Marty. One that I've recently heard you championing, and one that I probably have in the past, but I've just forgot. So we're going with. I've got that cover for Chemical Exposure, the first Sadist album.
Yep.
Versus Anacrusis, Stuff for an Hour.
Ah, okay. I mean that's a good pairing. That's a good pairing, but I got to go with Sadist straight up. I mean, I'm not even. I mean, that Anacrusis is really good, but I think I like Reason, the album after it, a little bit more. And that Sadist is the best they ever were. I mean, I like Swallowed in Black. I like A Vision of Misery. I like Elements of Anger. I mean, I like all of their stuff. I even like their comeback album, which had a couple crappy songs, but that album, holy shit, that is just a fierce skin flaying assault, man. I love it. Love it so much.
I played them this week, and I mean, I love both of them, but Sadist is a little bit more of a one-trick pony than the Anacrusis album.
Agreed.
That Anacrusis album is the only thing I like by them. I drop off right after that. I couldn't get on board with the more proggy stuff.
That's interesting.
But that Anacrusis, and I only got turned on to that about 2 years ago, and it just went fucking right up there in my estimations. I love it. So to me, there was no competition, but I thought there might be to the rest of you.
I mean, both are great albums, but Sadist for me. I love it's a one-trick pony, but man, that pony has been butchered in front of children. I don't know. It's a sonic assault. I love it. Jurgen, what do you think?
Sadist easily for me. The Anacrusis in general are more varied, and I love them. I love Screams and Whispers is my favorite.
Yep. Sound the Alarm is one of the best songs ever.
Right. But in this case, Sadist for me. If you choose Swallowed in Black versus the Anacrusis album, I probably would have chosen Anacrusis. But the first Sadist is, top notch.
Top notch.
Yeah.
How about you, Alan? Keeper Steel?
On this one, both are very, very good albums. I have a lot more history with Anacrusis. I'm late to the table when it comes to Sadist. So while I like the Sadist quite a bit, I've been impressed with it. I only got that album like a year and a half ago, maybe. So I would pick the Anacrusis simply because I have a lot more history with that band. It is an excellent album, different from what they did later on. I can see, Mike, why you would like that one, but maybe not care for their later stuff, because they do change pretty quickly after that album. So yeah, I'll pick Anacrusis because I've had that forever, and it's a terrific album. Nothing against Sadist at all. It's not an album I've had for very long, so I can't knock out an old favorite for what's a relative newcomer.
Right on. Jurgen, what have you got? What have you got for us in your little pile over there?
This one is aimed at Alan. Overkill's Taking Over.
Okay.
Against Running Wild, Black Hand In.
Oh, okay. Nice pairing. Fantastic bands.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I think I know my answer to this one, but it is a good pairing. Let's let the chat stew on this for a minute too. So yeah, early Overkill, of course, at their finest. Later Running Wild, but yes, one of their finest too. They were still at the top of their game.
It's a great fucking record. It's really good.
It really is. Let's see. Captain K is picking Overkill. Glenn is picking Running Wild. Somebody else said this hurts. That is kind of the subtitle of this game. Keep or reap, make the hurting stop. Tim is taking Overkill. Let's see. James is saying, I got to go with Running Wild on this one for James. So really back and forth. Ion Farmer wants Running Wild. No Baloney wants Overkill. So it's about a 50-50 split. For me on this one, I would have to take The Running Wild. That is one of my favorite albums by one of my favorite bands. As much as I like early Overkill, it kind of hurts, but yes, I'll take Black Hand In over Taking Over. Got to go with Running Wild in that particular situation. Mike, what do you think on this pair?
Oh, that was easy for me. I mean, same as you, Alan. One of my favorite albums, if not my favorite, from one of my favorite bands.
Cheers, right here.
Just easy, yeah. But I still like Overkill, you know. That album's quite punky, isn't it?
Overkill always had that little punky vibe to it, which is one thing I like about their early stuff. Yeah, they've got that snotty, a little bit of that snotty attitude worked in really nicely.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely good. I own both, but you know, Run 'Em Wild has sort of just consumed me over the last couple of years. So they're going to beat out most stuff at the moment for me. Just you know.
Chromium approaching it from the artistic design point. Yeah. But yeah, Mike, I enjoyed your Running Wild deep dive. Especially since you were sort of newer to the band and really got into them. And yeah, it was very interesting to see your thoughts on that. See, Marty, what do you think in this case?
As a teenager, I would have picked the Overkill. Overkill growing up, going through my teens, were a very huge band for me. But as the years have gone on, Feel the Fire is my all-time favorite Overkill album, hands down. The Years of Decay and Horoscope, I like a little bit more than Taking Over. That Running Wild album is goddamn perfect. It is so good. I mean, you got Soulless, you got the Privateers on that.
The title track.
I mean, holy fuck. I mean, Rolf is a fucking riff merchant. He is so good. It's so good. It's one of their best in their probably their best one for sure. I have to go Running Wild too.
Okay.
So it's Charlie versus Adrian, and for me, Charlie wins.
Yeah, the mascot Charlie wins for sure.
Fair enough there. Yep. Oh yeah.
All right, Alan, what you got?
All right. Let's see. This one's again for everybody, but it may be a little bit more for Jurgen and Marty in particular when I was thinking of this pair. So let's talk some German thrash. On one hand, Kreator, Extreme Aggression, and let's put that up against Sodom's Persecution Mania.
I'm sorry to do that. I'm used to do that, but my answer is clear right now. Sodom has got Bombenhagel.
Mm-hmm.
Christ Passion, fucking
Bombenhagel. Fuck that stuff. Kreator wins.
Okay. Mike, what do you think?
Yeah, I would go with Kreator because I have Sodom and I like it, but I don't love it, and I've not owned it until the last year or so. So you know, I've got more history with Kreator, so I would definitely go with Extreme Aggressions. Yeah.
Okay.
Just a short question. Can I keep the Mortal Way of Life live album by Sodom then?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Then it's Kreator for me.
For me, Extreme Aggression is one of my top 10 favorite albums of all time. I've gone on and on about it in these shows on this channel, and Persecution Mania is my favorite Sodom album. But I got to go with Kreator on this. I can't not ever hear that album again. I mean, I know it. It's part of my DNA. I've listened to it so fucking much, and I love the Sodom. Yeah, it's Extreme Aggression, 100%.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I picked those two because I think a lot of folks cite those as their favorite album by each band. So I thought it'd be interesting to put those up with one another. All right, Marty, let's pass it over to you for another pair.
Okay, this is one in the stack that I thought was kind of a dick move. It's a lot harder than you think it might be. Maybe not. This is a hard one for me, to be honest. We got Scanner's Hypertrace up against, Keeper 1.
Okay.
I mean, obviously, Scanner is very influenced by Helloween on this, but man, it's a good fucking album. It's so good. It's kind of a perfect German power metal record. Jurgen's smiling. I don't know why he's smiling. He shouldn't be smiling. You should be thinking.
I don't have to think about that. I bought the Helloween album when it came out. I was 12 years old. So
Me too. I wasn't 12. I was a little older, but yeah.
Yeah. Helloween is embedded in my DNA. So
Yep.
No chance to reap that.
What do you think, Mike?
I absolutely love that Scanner album, and it was down to your live streams that, because I'd heard it, and I'd heard Galactos because it was on that Doomsday compilation, but I hadn't heard the album, and it was when you started talking about it that I really give it a go, and I took to it right away. But then Keepers 1 and 2, I mean, they're never going anywhere for me. They're just like, they've always been in my top 10, and they're never gonna drop. So I would go Keepers 1.
Now, Jurgen, that's great. Jurgen, I want you to remind you that you will never hear this album again, ever. So, and this is the best Scanner album. This is amazing Helloween album, but there are other Helloween albums. I thought I'd put that out there in case you want to change your mind. No change. Okay, Alan, what do you think?
Both are excellent examples of German power speed metal being done at its best, but one of them has set the bar for generations of bands in that style, and one of them is simply a fantastic album in that style. So yeah, I got to keep the Helloween, and it sucks, but for Keepers, I will ditch and reap the Scanner.
You guys, why am I having so? I mean, Helloween's one of my favorite bands, straight up, and people here know that. But God, this Scanner album is so fucking good, and there's other amazing Helloween albums. Although this is a great fucking Helloween album. I mean, this invented power metal as we know it nowadays, I think. I mean, really, do I have to answer since I picked these? I don't really have to answer this, do I?
You can wimp out if you want to.
Fuck, I don't know. It's hard. I thought this was a hard one. You guys had a lot less trouble with it than I'm having. I know. It is it's so good. Chemical reaction.
Oh, yes. Scanner wins a lot of pairings.
Scanner is too corny sounding. Come on. Okay, I don't know. Yeah, I'm going with Scanner.
I think it's Helloween for me because of the nostalgia.
It's for me too, man. And I hate to say it, but I love, like I said, there is no other Scanner album. Someone says the new Scanner album is good. The latest Scanner album is good. It's a good album. It sounds like it would have been a good successor to this one, but I don't know.
Pure pressure from Aaron.
I've already said Scanner, but I mean Helloween. I mean, not being able to hear "I'm Alive Again," "Twilight of the Gods." What a great fucking song! Jesus Christ.
Even the ballad on that album is very
great. It's great, man.
Yeah. Yeah,
but you got
is kind of cool too.
But there's not a bad track on the Scanner album as well. So
there's not. And this reissue's got Galactos on it, which is cool because it's supposed to. I mean,
it fits the little story going on.
I'm going to say Scanner, but this isn't for reals, so I'll say Scanner.
That's on your permanent record now, sir. I'll just point that out.
Sorry, Helloween. I'll make it up to you in the ranking.
I've got a short question. As we do this, if I reap an album and I'm selling my collection, do I have to prove that I sell it?
Yes.
No, I think we need to have a garbage can where we actually throw it in the garbage can as we're. No.
One of these do this like WCW style where they have to drop the title belt in the trash when they defect from WWF.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's tough. I'm going with Scanner, even though we all know that probably isn't true. Anyway, who's next? Mike. You're up, Mike.
Right. These are aimed at Jurgen. We've got Pious, Blues for the Red Sun. And God, I hate this mirrored vision. COC, Deliverance.
Ha! Easy one for me. I do like Deliverance, but I think the album Blind is way, way, way better that came before it. So it's Pious for me. And again, it's some memory that is embedded in my brain, so to say. I've seen Pious on that tour, and I've seen them in Holland. And you can guess what they overdid in Holland. They played for 20 minutes, and then John Garcia fell over backwards in the drum kit. So it's Pious for me.
I'm already regretting my choice. Everybody's giving me shit, and I feel bad. I don't like picking
You should.
Scanner over that. I mean, it's not. Why would I'm sorry to interrupt you, Jurgen, but I'm still hung up on this. This Scanner album is goddamn perfect. You know what I mean? So is this album. This is a perfect album as well.
Too late, sir. It's on your permanent record. It's too
I was
late.
going to say fuck you to somebody, but I'm the one that picked them. So fuck me. Fuck me in the goat ass over that one. Anyway. So what did you pick, Jurgen? I'm sorry. I was still perseverating over my stupid choices.
I choose Pious.
Right
if
on.
you said Blind or the Pious album, I would have chosen Blind by COC. Because Blind is such an incredible album. Do you know that, Mike?
Yeah, I've got it. I pulled it out and I was like, I don't know. I think I like Deliverance more than Blind.
Yeah.
So
a little different style. This one does make
yeah,
more
it's
sense compare with
different vocalist, isn't it?
Yeah.
The pairing makes more sense like that. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So
Alan, what are your thoughts?
It's a good pairing. I like both of these albums. Neither's perfect. There are songs I skip on them. Let's see.
God damn me. I picked it. I
It's
should
on
have
your-
answered. I
It's
should
on
have
your
pled the
permanent
fifth.
record now, son. But yeah, this pair, good tracks on both. Like the albums overall. Both of these albums I do pull out and play on occasion. They don't just rot away on my shelf. I think I'm with Jurgen on this one. I'll pick Pious, but yeah, it wouldn't have taken much, to have changed this. I'm going to pick Pious in particular because the first couple of songs on Blues for the Red Sun, the Thumb into Green Machine, that is just an ass-kicking pair of tracks to open an album with. The Deliverance has really strong ones too, but I'll take Pious. But it's a fair fight for sure, and I do like both albums. Nice pair.
Okay.
Marty, where do you stand on these?
Helloween.
You gonna pick Scanner?
I'm gonna pick Keeper of the Seven Keys Part 1 over either of those two.
That album's
Even
already
though-
dead to you. You're not allowed to play it. You can't pick it, play it, hear it, nothing. No, it's gone.
Hold on. I
You
need a
had your
shot.
chance. You had your
I need a
chance.
shot. This
You
is bullshit. I'm
Oh,
the
you
one
said
that
you
picked-
need a shot. I
I
thought
need
you
a shot.
said you need to be shot.
All right. Okay. All right.
I would have went for Deliverance, by the way,
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
but only just, and that's why I picked them because I thought it was very close. I thought it would be harder for you guys to pick than it was, but never mind.
No, it is a close call. Yeah, it's close. It wouldn't. It doesn't take much. They're close.
And I can somehow understand Mike because the songwriting is somewhat better. The structure of the songs. Pious is more an effect thing for the sound itself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Songwriting,
more like a jam album, but it's got a killer sound.
That's a good. Yeah, you guys put it very well on those albums for sure.
Fucking assholes in the chat. We love you, assholes. All right, for me, Pious, that's a good album. I really prefer Sky Valley. Sky Valley is one of those albums that I could lump into the perfect riff album category. Not a bad riff on that record. It's all great. COC, I am an old punk guy when it comes to that band. I like them up through Technocracy. After that, when they got all bluesy and southern sounding, they lost me big time.
You did
Have
this
you listened to Hypertrace, you fuckers? If you listen to it, yeah, it's a great album. I mean, to never hear that album again when I've got I love all the Helloween albums other than 2.
You've derailed yourself, Marty.
I'm fucked. It was my bad choice. I shouldn't have picked that. Anyway, I'm going to go with Pious on this. Pious.
Okay.
So yeah, other people agree with me on COC. See, I'm not a complete idiot. Anyway, who's next?
Jurgen's turn.
It's Jurgen's turn.
So, Marty, this is going out to you.
Oh no. Okay. Yep. Amazing album.
3 against.
Oh no. You fucker. You goddamn fucker.
But Jurgen, why does the Volume 2 exist when Volume 1 was made?
You know what? Pound for pound, people are going to hate me. That Land of the Free is a better album. It's a better album. It just is. That Keeper album is amazing, but there's 2 really fucking silly songs on it. But it has Save Us, which is a killer song, and it's got Eagle Fly Free, which is a killer song. But man, just about the entirety of Land of the Free is perfect. I don't know. I'd have to go Land of the Free on this. So basically, the Keepers era is dead to me, people. It's dead to me. I can no longer hear it.
Marty has forsaken
Let's
Helloween.
go with the originals here. It doesn't have Sabers on it.
It doesn't? No, the US edition does.
Just the bonus track.
I actually have the cassette single of Save Us too, so that must have came out in Europe as well.
Yeah, it was the B-side for, I think it was the Dr. Steen.
Was it Dr. Steen? Yeah.
So, that one for you?
That one for me. I gotta go. It's a perfect album.
Right.
It's
So,
perfect.
folks, after the stream tonight, I'll be auditioning for new co-hosts for the upcoming Helloween show because none of the albums exist to the one of the people who was supposed to help with that in a few weeks.
I killed the Keepers, and you know what?
Matt and I will need some new assistance on that one.
I don't know that I want to live in this world anymore. The world without the Keepers. Anyway, Mike, what is your thoughts on this choice?
Honestly, I like Keepers 2 better than Keepers 1. And I know the Keepers 2 is humorous, and you're probably referring to Dr. Steen and Rise and Fall when you say that about the 2 songs.
I still like those songs, but they're silly.
But,
yeah.
I mean, honestly, Rise and Fall is fucking tremendous. It's one of my... I mean, I love that album. In fact, yeah, I mean, I love that Gamma Ray album, and I pulled those off the shelf, and I thought, nah, somebody else will pick them. I'll try and pick something different. And obviously, I was right. But as awesome as that is, that Gamma Ray album, I'm still going Keepers 2. I love the humor, and that was one of the things that took me a while to start and enjoy the new Helloween. That it lacked that humor.
God, I gotta say, just for the record, I listened to the new album twice today. Just so
The
everybody
new
knows
album
that.
by who? What band?
Helloween, the
Oh, I thought you were
band.
talking about the new Scanner.
So Mike went with Helloween. Good for you, Alan.
Let me show you how a professional does this, Marty.
Whatever. You can't sit there and talk shit about Land of the Free because it's a fucking awesome album.
I'm
Man
not
on a
going to.
mission. Man on a mission.
This is an excellent pairing.
Rebellion in Dreamland. What the
Jurgen
fuck,
has-
dude?
Jurgen has come up with an absolute excellent pair. And yeah, it's a fair choice. It's Gamma Ray at their finest. But the pick is Helloween, Keeper of the Seven Keys Part 2. And it's very easy to summarize why. When Land of the Free came out, that was the album we had been waiting for Helloween to follow up Keeper of the Seven Keys Part 2 with
True that.
for years. So again, one of these set the bar, and one of these followed up on a pre-existing template. They did it magnificently well. It's an excellent Gamma Ray album. It will suck not to be able to have it again, but passing that up for Keepers Part 2, no, we don't do that here. I'm with Mike on this one 100%.
Jurgen.
That's how you handle pressure, Marty.
Jurgen.
That's how we do it.
I'm not listening to you right now, Professor. Whatever. Jurgen. Yes. See?
That's my choice.
It's fair. It's a fair choice.
I rarely listen to Keeper 2.
Oh, well, you can put that in with them CDs you're sending.
Yeah. Look at this one. Let's recap. Alan forgetting he didn't choose Don't Break the Oath. So let's yeah.
I took Awaken the Guardian over that. That's a completely different pairing. That's like pairing oranges and bulldozers.
Bullshit. They're both very atmospheric records. That's why I picked those two and
bullshit.
put them together. Bullshit.
Oh, bullshit.
I
No.
probably would have picked Awaken too.
Mm-hmm.
You know, no, I wouldn't. Well, yeah, I would have.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Who's next? That was Jurgen. It is Alan's turn. So what does Professor Steele have up his sleeve?
Let's see. Let's find a good one here for folks to choose between. Okay. Let's do this one next. All right. A couple of early thrash classics. One hand, Exodus, Bonded by Blood. On the other hand, Testament's The Legacy. Gentlemen, I posed the question.
I know what's Mike's choice.
Oh, it's just ridiculous. It's a landslide.
Okay, let's Mike go ahead first. Then.
Mike, go ahead. Let's see what you got.
You've got it nailed. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, I'm just not a Bailoff fan, to be honest. I don't mind Electing Violence, and then there were none. I think they're decent songs, but I don't subscribe to that whole, amazing debut, blah, blah, blah. So, and The Legacy, for me, is the best debut thrash album ever. Easy. So, I would always go with The Legacy.
Yeah.
Jurgen, what do you think?
The Legacy. I love Bonded by Blood front to back, but The Legacy has the better songs. It has the better singing. It has a better production. It has far superior guitar work. Yeah. The Legacy is... You could have put The Legacy against Rain in Blood, and I think I would still choose The Legacy.
Yeah, I figured you would pick The Legacy, Jurgen. I know it's way up there for you in the thrash rankings. So, yep, no surprise.
Although we as a band, as Repent, we covered in the practice room, we covered half the Bonded by Blood album. Because we couldn't do any Testament covers because we were so bad.
Well, for me, I loved Bonded by Blood when I got it when it came out. I guess I didn't get it when it came out. I got a little later than that, but that was the first Exodus I heard. oddly enough, I liked it a lot, but I actually like Pleasures of the Flesh a little bit better. I even liked Fabulous Disaster a little bit better. I like Zetro's voice a little bit better than Bailoff. But Testament the Legacy, that is fucking great, man. What a great record. And I can't take away what Exodus did. I mean, if it would have been released when it was supposed to come out, it would have beat the big four. You know, it would have beat all those albums.
Yeah.
Would have beat Metallica. And it's very influential in that point, and I respect it for that. But I can honestly say I never listened to that record ever. I never listened to that record. When I listen to Exodus, it's typically Pleasures of the Flesh or Fabulous Disaster. So I mean, the Legacy is a fucking classic, absolute classic. And I gotta say that whiskey tasted pretty good. I'm already feeling it. I'm sorry, everybody. By the end of this thing, I might be and I'm still pissed about the Helloween Scanner thing, but I don't know. Scanner's a great record. Fuck all y'all. And so is Keepers. Anyway. Fuck.
All right, so Testament with the sweep. Very nice.
Yep. What do you think, Alan?
It'd be a close one for me. I'm going to do what you should have done and just leave this one be.
No bullshit. Bullshit. I had to pick. Fuck you. Pick. You gotta pick.
No, don't. You said so yourself. You said I don't have to pick when it's my choice.
Well, I knew I had to pick. Anyway, okay. Whatever.
No.
Who's
I
next?
like them both. Neither of them are like top, most favorite thrash albums ever. So it's, in thrash, it's, sort of a battle for second place. So yeah, I don't have a strong feel on this one. Is more the reason I'm not going to pick one rather than I'm trying to dodge it. It's kind of I could really take I could take either one, and it's kind of a 50-50 split. But it's not one that I will be like, I'm going to really strongly miss either album, or I'm not in love, must have one album forever and ever.
Yeah.
It's really in that sense, it's not a fun one for me to pick. So I will pass it along to you. Marty, what you got next?
Fuckers. Yep. That's right, Tim. Yep. Deflecting. He's deflecting. He's had a lot more schooling than I have. I'm used to making stupid decisions. I've built a career on stupid decisions. Anyway, we got, for some reason when I picked these, I thought this was a good pairing, but now, I'm thinking about it, kind of drunk and up with you guys, this probably isn't the best pairing, but we got Testaments to Legacy up against Anthrax.
By blood.
Yeah, spreading the disease. Whoa.
We're only an hour in, folks. It's going to be a long one.
Yeah, it's going to be a good night. Spreading the disease against the Legacy. For some reason, I thought this was a good pairing. It's kind of one. Anthrax came out in 85 and 87 for Testament. What do you think, Mike?
That's my favorite Anthrax, and it's a fantastic album. But to be honest, the Legacy is so well written and so well performed and everything. I mean, you get a version of Chuck Billy on there that you never ever get again.
Yeah,
and I just think it's absolutely it's all conquering to me, that the Legacy. But that's certainly 10 times closer than the last pairing, but still the Legacy.
Well, guess what? You'll never be able to hear this album again. Just saying. So you might want to rethink that.
I know that's a funny. But the thing is, I do think you get a bit of a different, even from the New Order. I still think you get a unique take on Testament with that album. I don't think they were ever quite the same again.
Yeah, Raging Waters, what a great fucking song. Holy shit.
There's nothing on it that's close to being average to me.
Yeah.
Just fucking straight through, just beats everything.
What do you think, Jurgen?
Easy one for me as well. Testament, the Legacy. Dare I say that? For me, it's the best thrash metal album that has ever been released.
What? No.
Oh,
The
how
Best
you
thrash
doing?
ever released.
I said one of the.
Oh, okay. I thought you said the best, like the definitive
Oh,
thrash album.
I
Okay,
think it's the definitive. Definitely.
really? Okay.
I still got my old battle jacket, and guess what the back patch is?
Scanner, hypertrace. Alan, what do you think? Anthrax or the Legacy?
I'll take Testament on this pair.
Yeah.
There are some songs on the Anthrax I like quite a bit, but there's it kind of that album for me gets off to a little bit of a slow start. I like it once it gets up and running at speed, but I'll take Testament. More solid album, start to finish.
Okay. Hold on, I'm trying to figure out where the noise is coming. Well, oh, it's Mike's mic. I don't know.
Okay, right, I'll go out and come back. Hang on, this happens a bit.
All right.
But Mike was quite right. He was quite right.
Quiet.
The first fucker record. Yeah. Aaron, Andy Novotny,
There we go.
All right.
the guy behind Fucker. He's a sick motherfucker.
Yeah.
We can talk about that in an email or maybe later on.
After in the dugout.
Yeah. But Mike
Hey, everybody! Chromium dioxide is coming on. We're doing an Anthrax ranking.
In 2 weeks, I think, right?
3 weeks. We've got,
We got Jeff
Jeff,
next week for
and then we
Faith
got.
Woman. But then we got Chromie after that, I think.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Yep.
Okay.
So yeah, there's a rank an Anthrax ranking coming, which he's making us listen to the Anthrax Pantera albums, which kind of makes me a little mad, to be honest. But I still love you, Chromie.
But Mike is right. Spreading the Disease is definitely Anthrax's best album.
I really like Persistence of Time, to be honest. I love Spreading the Disease, but
No love
I
for
think
this of metal.
Persistence is bloated.
what's that?
I think Persistence is bloated.
Really?
I think it goes on a bit. There's a lot of 5-6 minute songs when
That is fair. Yeah.
that needn't be, you know. And I just wish they'd stop with the covers. I know Got the Time's a reasonable cover, but I'd rather have none on an album, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Glamthrax. All right, Mike, you're back. What's your next pair? I've got so much stuff here. I can't wait. This is
My
fun.
next ones are aimed at Alan again. So we've got Appetite for Destruction.
A perfect rock record. It's perfect. It's perfect.
Okay.
And in my opinion, the very same album from the previous decade.
Oh,
I know. Okay.
that's an interesting pair.
That's a very interesting pair, and they're both great rock records.
I see that basically as the 10 years previous to that. I just think that it's a modern take on that for me in my head.
You know, another one that would have been a good pairing, Mike, is Def Leppard's Pyromania. It's like the perfect rock record of its era.
Yep.
If you think about it.
Yeah. And no, like that makes sense. I mean, those guys definitely had, a punk background. Duff McKagan's always been a very, outspoken fan of a lot of the classic punk stuff. So yeah, that pair makes sense. All right, I'm gonna have to take a minute to wrap my head around that one though, because that's not something I would have anticipated. So let's see what folks pick.
It's a very interesting pair.
It is. It's neat.
That's a cool. That was a good one for sure.
Ash picks Sex Pistols. Nebulous picks Sex Pistols. Let's see. Yeah, I do. I know. It's Guns N' Roses isn't the most fashionable thing to like as a real heavy metal band, but yeah, I'm the perfect age. I was early teens when that album broke big. So I mean, it's part of my the soundtrack of my 7th and 8th grade years. So that's a big nostalgia thing. Sex Pistols I came along to later. Punk's not my strong suit, but I do like that one. There's a lot of cool stuff on it. Which one do I keep?
By the way, 75 people watching. Cheers to all you fuckers. Cheers. Even though you're being really mean to me, I still love you all.
Hope everybody's not traumatized quite as much as I am with Marty's total and complete dismantling of Helloween, a band that he usually can't shut up about.
Well, I still love them, and I can't. And this isn't for reals.
Let's see. Metal Mayhem takes Guns N' Roses. Pistols by a hair for James. I think I'm going to have to keep Appetite for Destruction. For those two. It's a tough call. I would definitely miss Sex Pistols, but again, this is a nostalgia one for me. Again, I grew up. Like I said, I'm the perfect age for Appetite for Destruction all the time. And I do have to kind of be in the right mood for some punk stuff. There's other punk albums I enjoy a lot too. So even though I've heard all those songs on GNR a million times, I'll probably still be listening to them, a million more times. So I'll keep Appetite. But yeah, that's a really interesting pair. I like that, Mike. Marty, Jurgen, where do y'all stand?
Jurgen, go first.
It's definitely Sex Pistols for me.
That's fair. That's fair.
I can't explain why. It's
a great album. That's why. It's a great fucking record.
Yeah, it is. I was never a big fan of Guns N' Roses. I don't know why, but there's a couple of very, very cool songs on Appetite of Destruction. But Sex Pistols front to back is a great record. So
I think for me, I absolutely love them both, but there's more on the Guns N' Roses album to love. There's just more meat on the bone, more good stuff. And if the Sex Pistols was, there's really nothing in it, but there's just physically more to listen to on the Appetite album. So I would go with it for that, but only just.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. And what you just said, Mike, kind of goes with what Chromium Dockside just posted. Like, like Rocket Queen, it changes, it's a weird closure. It really changes gears even halfway through the song and becomes like, ends on like this kind of, nice, more little uplifting note, very different from the rest of the vibe of the album. So yeah, like you said, there's a little more to kind of wrap your head around there, where Sex Pistols is, it's all attitude all the time, and it's good, it's fun, it's obviously a classic. But yeah, I agree with you and Chromium. GNR for me. I still have an appetite for that album.
Oh, hold on, let me finish my comment here. Hold on. All right. Oh, okay. For me, it is Sex Pistols.
I'll be right back.
I really enjoy the Appetite album. I don't own it. I used to own it. I don't own it anymore. Think about it. Would you consider Sex Pistols the first boy band? They were put together by a guy. They were compiled. They're like New Kids on the Block. They were compiled by a producer guy, Malcolm McLaren.
Yeah.
But whatever. It's a great record. It's a perfect record. It's a punk record, but it's very rock oriented. It is. How punk is it other than the attitude? And they say fuck a lot. I mean, but at the end of the day, you boil it down, it's a well-produced rock record. It stands up. It's an absolute fucking classic. I love it. GNR, I mean, I could give a fuck what they did after Appetite, to be completely honest. But rock radio and Sirius XM has killed that album for me. Every time I turn it on, it's fucking Rocket Queen or Welcome to the Jungle, Sweet Child of Mine. I mean, songs that are great, but I never want to fucking hear them again. I just don't. I've heard them so many times. I don't ever want to fucking hear those songs again. It's like Back in Black or something off of Pink Floyd's The Wall, shit like that. Led Zeppelin. Who gives a fuck? I don't give a fuck. I'm going with Sex Pistols. I love that record. I love Leiden's vocals. I'm a big Pill fan as well. I like a lot of that stuff as well. Yeah, Chromie's laughing at me. It's just the way it is, man. It's the way that's how I roll. I'm going with Sex Pistols. Never mind the fucking bollocks, bitches.
Hey,
What you got
Marty.
here? Yeah.
Do you still like
Helloween? Yeah, I do.
Do you still like Leiden's vocals? Do you know he's a big Trump fan?
I know he is. You know what? I've kind of come around on this whole Trump thing.
Okay, you can separate that.
I can separate, the whole. I mean, there's members of family that are Trump people, and I know they're good people. And
Let's not talk about politics.
they're not talking about politics, but some people drink the Kool-Aid, but it doesn't make them bad people. There's some people that are Trump people that are fucking awful. I mean, it's just, I don't know. You gotta take it person by person. Anyway, Jurgen, you're up next. I gotta pee, but I gotta see what you're gonna show first.
We've seen that one before. This is going out to Mike. Scanner's Hypertrace against.
Let me guess. Awaken the Guardian. Oh, you fuck! God damn it!
First EP.
God damn you! Yeah, it's going out to Mike.
So it's going out to Mike, but it's also going out to Marty.
God
Marty,
damn it!
If you don't pay attention, you're gonna eradicate all of your Halloween.
I'm gonna be left with the Darius era, which is fine. I love
You're
the
running
Darius
out
era.
of pumpkin seeds here, Marty.
So let the other guys answer, take a piss, and think about it.
Go compose yourself.
Remember about what's on that album. Where's my? Oh, fucking!
If it was Walls of Jericho, it might have gone differently. But anyway, I gotta go pee. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Oh, you fuckers in the chat. I'll be right back.
The problem with that is it's only 5 songs or something, isn't it? But what? Refresh my memory. What's on it? Starlight,
Victim of Fate, Murderer.
Starlight, Murderer, Warrior, Victim of Fate, and Cry for Freedom.
Yeah, Helloween. I mean, it's absolutely terrible how much I love Scanner. Yeah, it's getting punished left, right, and centre.
Yeah.
But
I agree 100% with what Mike just said. The Scanner album is awesome, but we're pairing it up with the titans of the genre, and while it's way up there, it's a step below. It's a step below these.
Wasn't
things.
that the purpose to cause some pain?
Absolutely.
Oh,
You'd have to get to be honest. You'd have to get to Pink Bubbles for me to pick Scanner.
Well, that's easy for other reasons too, though. Yeah, I definitely picked the hell. It may only be half the length of Scanner. The 5 songs on that Helloween album, kick the ass of 90% of the heavy metal ever recorded. So, yeah, we're keeping that. Let's all just everybody brace yourselves, because we know what's going to happen when Mr. Worm returns in a minute. There's going to be yet another Helloween album that's removed from the catalog.
Just take a look at the band picture. Scanner can't keep up with that.
Not at all.
No, Helloween's first EP for me wins that one because there is no better Helloween record. No matter if it's only 5 songs. Those 5 songs are my essential Helloween stuff.
Yeah.
All 5 of them.
Yeah.
So, Marty.
Yeah, hi. Well, who picked what? I'm curious. Where are we at here in the tally? Where are we at?
The landslide.
It's 3 pumpkins to zero galactose.
Well, guess what? I already picked the scanner, so that's immortalized. So technically, this cancels it out. I can't let Kai down on this one because I got to go with the pumpkins on this because you got Victim of Fate, you got Starlight, you got Murderer. God damn it! I mean, I could hear Victim of Fate on the Judas EP. Yeah, I mean, I'm going with Helloween on this one. Although, for anybody out there that's ragging on Scanner, listen to the fucking Hypertrace. That album fucking rules. It rules. It rules. It fucking rules. And none of these fuckers here can disagree with me on that. Even Alan, who's giving me the most shit.
The problem is, Marty, it's fucking mega expensive now.
Yeah, well, I'm set. I gave the tape to Eric Bauer. I've been looking for the vinyl. A long time ago, I bought the vinyl from my friend Zoller. I sent it to him. And I wish I didn't because that album rules. I wish I had it on vinyl. But I've got the fucking remaster with Galactose on it.
Yeah, I've got that on CD. Even that's expensive now.
It is. It is. So there you go. People, off my nuts. Quit swinging off my nuts. I mean, yeah. Look at there. Look at those fucking. Look at that fucking those outfits. All right, who's next? Alan's next.
All right. Let's see. Oh yeah, I want to do this one. You're gonna kind of had you in mind for this one, but everyone, of course, should chime in. Let's start with Destruction released from Agony. And let's put that up against Coroner's RIP.
Easy. I'm in. Go for it. Who's Mike? You're up next. What do you got?
You know what? I'm not familiar. I haven't got Release from Agony, and I can only remember the title track, so I can't really chime in on that.
Okay.
RIP, I've got to say, isn't up there for me with Coroner.
What?
I know it is for you, but yeah, by default, I'd have to go Coroner because I haven't actually heard. It's so fucking expensive. Release from Agony. I haven't got it yet. Sorry.
That's okay.
Jurgen.
Destruction. I bought the album when it came out just for the cover alone. For me, there's only hit songs on Release from Agony. I do love RIP, but for me, that one goes to Destruction, definitely.
Okay.
I've seen Destruction the first time on that tour. They were supporting King Diamond and Motorhead on the Rock and Roll tour.
And Marty, you had pretty much a snap call on this one, so your choice.
For me, it's Coroner. That RIP album is my favorite. I love the first 4 Coroner albums, but RIP is magic. It's got a dark atmosphere about it. It's produced really well. The songs are really fucking killer. And, I love Release from Agony. Don't get me wrong, but that album sounds like ass. I mean, there's the production is weird. But I love the songs. I mean, I love both of those bands, but for me, it's Coroner. That album is just too perfect. What do you think, Alan?
Yeah, I'd have to take Coroner on this pair. If it was a different Destruction album, it would be a much closer call. But I would take Coroner on this pairing.
Yeah,
I like the Destruction album. Don't get me wrong, but it's not my favorite of them. I'm not as familiar with it as I am some of their other albums too, as part of it. But
just the way RP starts out, sold riff, majesty, fucking great.
Both excellent albums, but I'll go with Coroner for this one. All right, Marty, what you got on your list next?
Okay, what I picked next, I thought I would try out the Battle of the Concept albums. Okay. So let's start off with Queensryche's Operation Mindcrime up against King Diamond's Abigail. I felt these 2 albums were very compatible with each other, both conceptually and musically. and production wise. I mean, they're both very polished albums, kind of similar in a lot of ways. But yeah, I thought this was an interesting pairing. Let's see what you guys think. Jurgen.
Abigail, just because I saw when I was 12 years old, I saw The Family Ghost on some German music television, and it immediately soaked me in. So, like I said, I've seen Destruction with King Diamond and Motorhead, and that was my very first concert experience. So it's King Diamond for me.
Okay, Mike.
Easy.
I'm going to lose any sort of credibility that I thought I might have been scraping together, but I don't do anything King Diamond. I don't do Merciful Fate or King Diamond. I can't. I've tried and tried and tried over the years, and I want to be a better man and say it's not the vocals that put me off. And then I just have to wave the white flag and say, you know what? It's the vocals that put me off. I just can't stand it. So, and that Queensryche album's probably the only Queensryche album I know quite well. So I would pick that. Yeah.
People are turning on you, Mike.
And I just can't. I can't roll with that King Diamond voice. It's too much for me, unfortunately.
What about you, Alan?
That's a very good pair, Marty. I like that pair quite a bit. They're both really good albums. They both work well as concept albums. They are both albums I get a little tired of at times. But
I'm glad some of the heat is off my ass now, Mike. Don't run away. Stand here and take it. The fuck?
Yeah, it's probably King Diamond's best solo album.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Fatal Portrait.
No, Fatal Portrait is good, but no.
It's
Well,
great.
we've done that with Melanie, so folks
Yeah.
can hear us go back and forth on that one on the episode we did with Melanie Loves Death Metal.
Yep.
It's not my favorite Queensryche album at all, but it is a very, very good one.
It's a very good album.
Yeah, I play Mindcrime more than I play King Diamond anymore. King Diamond is someone I got a little burned out on because I used to play them a lot, and I just kind of got to that point where it's like, okay, I've heard enough of the King Diamond solo albums, and so I don't revisit those very often. This is a little harder than I was thinking it was going to be.
So I picked them Electric Banana. I thought when I first listened to Mindcrime, the first thing I thought of was Abigail, to be completely honest. They're in the same wheelhouse.
Yeah, Queensryche I play Queensryche more, but would I pick it over Abigail? Is my favorite King Diamond story, favorite King Diamond album? I guess I'm actually my knee-jerk reaction was I was going to pick Mindcrime. That when you showed them, it was like, okay, that's a great pair, and I think I'm going to have to go with Operation. But now that I've thought about it for a minute or two, I think final answer. I think I'll keep Abigail, even though it's probably not something I'm going to play a whole lot. There are other Queensryche albums I do like more than Mindcrime, but that's King Diamond. That's absolute classic King Diamond. So I'll keep Abigail.
I'm going to keep Abigail as well because I love King Diamond. But that is a really great Queensryche album. But I prefer Rage for Order, and I prefer Calling. Warning. Fuck. Sorry, I'm drinking.
Yeah, I prefer those two also.
Yeah.
For the music alone, it's definitely the King Diamond album.
Yeah, more aggressive.
But for the storyline, I think Operation Mindcrime is a little bit more complex and a little bit more
Good point.
interesting.
Good point. For sure.
Yeah. But sure.
Okay, Mike. You're back.
Okay.
You're back in the saddle.
Just a quick breaking news, sorry, before we go to Mike's next one. For folks that are interested, the Prog Power USA Festival is going on this weekend, and they have just released the lineup for days 3 and 4 next year. So if anybody is interested in that, thinking about potentially getting tickets, they usually sell out pretty quick. So you do want to make up your mind rapidly if you want to buy those in advance. They have just released part of their schedule for next year, so you can see who some of the headliners are going to be. You can check that out for folks that might be interested. My wife just texted me the announcement, so thought I'd share that.
So you guys are going. Very cool.
I don't know if we will or not. We might. We've been once or twice. The problem with Prog Power is usually that there's like 2 bands we really want to see and a bunch of bands we've never heard of.
Yeah.
And it comes out to, is it really worth that many hundreds of dollars in tickets and hotels to see 2 bands that we're really hyped on and a bunch of other bands that end up being okay, but aren't really really high profile ones that we want for us personally. They always seem to have some like 1 or 2 huge bands and then a bunch of bands you're like, I have no idea who that is. So it's a tough call. But Prog Power, Glenn, the fellow that runs it, has been hinting very strongly he's going to be winding Prog Power down within a year or 2. So for folks that are interested in going, you're probably not going to get many more shots at it. That festival is probably going to come to an end within another 1 or 2 years. So that may also influence some folks' decisions if they want one last big hurrah in Atlanta, checking out some bands that, to be fair, a lot of those bands, that's your only chance to see them in the U.S. A lot of them do not tour much, if at all, over here in America.
Right on.
But anyway, sorry for that commercial break. Let's go back to our regularly scheduled program with Mike.
I'll tell you what, we've got a lot of catching up to do. We do not, on the old Contacting Blood side, there's no news updates at all. I mean, what an embarrassment, quite frankly. I'm going to call a meeting this week.
Call a meeting. Tell those guys to get their shit together.
It'll be next week by the time Mark can attend it.
All right. Hey, by the way, Mark G with the C. Shout out to you, brother. We're going to get you on.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
Right. These, I had Marty in mind with these ones. And for the first time tonight, 2 of the same band.
Oh, I've got one of those as well.
We've got Static Age.
Okay, I'm not a Misfits guy.
Oh, should I switch this up to somebody else?
Yep, because I have not heard either of those albums. Alan's a Misfits guy.
Who wants to take them?
I'll drive that tanker.
Right, Alan. So where do you stand with these?
I love them both. Misfits fanboy up until Graves and Chud left the band. Once Jerry took over on vocals, no, that was a disaster, and I don't care about what they've done in more recent years. But everything from the Glenn era and even the Michael era on vocals, love that stuff to death. That's a hard comparison because you're talking about 2 very different bands.
One's sort of rooted in sort of I don't know what it is. One's like a true album, the other's like it's hard to describe what Static Age is, but it's not Walk Among Us at all, is it?
No. Yeah, with Static Age, that's the Mr. Jim era. They're still very much kind of copying some of the the UK punk scene stuff going on. And yeah, by the time Walk Among Us comes out, yes, they've got the whole sort of sci-fi horror punk hardcore vibe in full effect with Doyle and the lineups changed around behind Glenn and Jerry. So yeah, it's the same band. The albums, I mean, those albums are maybe only 4 years apart, but yeah, there's a million miles in between them. And I love them both to death. Jeez, that's like, and so, yeah, some folks are commenting in the chat over here that, you can hear like some of those Static Age songs on Legacy of Brutality and stuff like that. I'm going to be fair about this. I'm going to say that whatever songs are on those 2 albums, no, I don't get to, cop out and say that, oh, well, I can still hear, I turned into a Martian on the 7-inch or, something like that. No. We'll play it straight and say that whatever songs on each of those are gone. And,
so immediately you sort of want to say Walk Among Us until you start looking at the track listing for Static Age, and then you think, oh, shit.
Yes, you're exactly right. Yes, you are exactly right. Yeah, Walk Among Us is, in my opinion, kind of, the classic. If you want to explain Misfits to someone, that's the album you show them. This explains Misfits. But I love Static Age so much. That era of the band when they still have that more straightforward punk attitude, you get more hints of sort of the classic rock and rockabilly roots built into some of those songs too, which of course is where a lot of punk came from. So it makes sense.
And stuff like Return of the Fly, and so it's creepy, isn't it?
Yeah. All the TV Casualty and all that. Just the lyrics to that song are just so fucking good. Oh man. Sucks either way. Yeah, I mean, Walk Among Us has awesome ones on it too. Skulls, Astro Zombies. I Turned Into a Martian. Oh shit.
That's why I deliberately didn't bring out Earth AD.
Oh fuck that. No, that would have been an easy choice. Earth AD is not bad, but for me it's a big step down from what.
Relation.
Yeah. I'm going to listen to my heart instead of my head.
Listen to your heart
when it's into an episode of the
calling for you.
Oh, and the effects bar did a nice touch. I like it. I'm going to go with my heart on this one. I am going to keep Static Age, and I will be crying at the drive-through on a Saturday night without you. But I'll have to take Static Age over Walk Among Us.
For me, that's been the hardest one tonight.
And that is the hardest one for me tonight so far, yeah.
How about you, Jurgen?
I'm going with Static Age because it has the better songs. Walk Among Us was the first one I heard, even though I do like every single other Misfits better than Walk Among Us. I don't know why. And Aaron, you're right. The Plan 9 import records, they were very hard to get here and pretty expensive. So for me, Static Age.
Okay. I've got another pairing for Marty later on then.
That's fair.
I've got to shut down my computer because I've got some problems here.
All right, well, we'll skip ahead to me, and then we'll come back to you, Jurgen.
Yeah.
Sure thing.
Oh, shit. Well, I'll pull the one I wasn't going to pull.
If you got a Jurgen-based one, save that for the next go-around.
Well, Mike did the pairing of the same band. I will do the same with this one. Let's go with these two. Forbidden Evil, and Forbidden's Twist into Form.
What?
What do you think? How about you, Mike?
I think Forbidden Evil's got these strange, weird singing melodies in it that just, I find them bizarre, some of the singing melodies. I do like the album, but I love Twisted into Form. So it's not as close as, and I know most people tend to gravitate towards Forbidden Evil, but I just find them to be quite a bit different. And like I say, the singing melodies in Forbidden Evil, there's some really like running out of time. It's like, oh, fuck off. That is so strange. It's like they've shoehorned some melodies in to get in there, and it's not an album I listen to now. I just tend to listen to Twisted. So easy choice for me, really.
Yep. Alan?
Everything Mike just said. I really like the uniqueness on Twisted into Form. Forbidden Evil, there's nothing wrong with it, but if that was the only album they ever did, I probably wouldn't pay a ton of attention to the band to be like, yeah, that's just another good thrash album. But Twisted Into Form is the one that really kind of plants their flag as this is a band that really had something a little more unique and interesting going on compared to their contemporaries. So Twisted Into Form for me. Part of that, and again, there may be a little bit of a bias. Twisted Into Form is the first one I heard actually. And for whatever reason, it took me a long time to ever get around to hearing the full length of the other album. I always heard songs of it. I would hear side A, but I wouldn't hear side B, or they'd play a couple of songs on college radio, but it was always the same couple of songs. So it just there was a gap between hearing Twisted. So that one got really well cemented with me. Whereas the other one, kind of lagged behind in that. But yeah, definitely Twisted, like Mike said.
How about you, Jurgen?
Definitely Forbidden Evil. I don't know. I'm just so connected to the album. I hate the drum sound on Twisted Into Form. I don't know why. I don't know what it is, but the drum sound gets on my nerves. I just don't like the sound. I love a lot of songs on Twisted Into Form, but Forbidden Evil, there's not a bad song on it, and the production, it's not as good, but it's better, if you know what I mean.
Yep.
It's more underground. The first thing I heard of Forbidden Evil, as they were called, was an early demo, and maybe that made me connect to the debut a little bit more.
Right. Well, for me, I gotta say, I mean, Forbidden Evil is a great album from beginning to end, but I'm gonna turn on my effect here. Come, my children, follow me. I hold all eternity. Best song on the album. Follow me. But having seen Twisted Into Form live, seen the band live during that time, and I think the songwriting matured a lot on Twisted Into Form. I mean, really, this is like comparing two amazing things. I mean, I don't know. They're both really good albums. I have to go with Twisted, but I really love Forbidden Evil as well. This was just kind of a dick move, I think. I like both albums, but Twisted for me.
Like you said, what connects us to an album is maybe the time we were seeing them live for the first time.
Yep.
Forbidden Evil has been on tour in Europe with Sacred Reich, and what's the drummer?
Paul Bostoff.
Paul Bostoff. He played in Europe with a broken right arm, and he played the show with a cast on his arm.
Really?
I saw that, and that just impressed me.
Sweet. Yeah, that's awesome. Yep, it absolutely. Laz says album exposure is hard to deny. It is. I mean, I heard Forbidden Evil first, but I saw them live for Twisted and with Death Angel on the Act 3 tour and Realms with the horse. I can't fucking remember the name of it. Endless War.
Endless War, yeah.
Yeah. Great show. Great show. Okay, Mike, you're back. Wait. Jurgen is back. We skipped around there due to technical difficulties.
This one is going out to Alan.
Alrighty.
To Megatherion against a compilation album.
Yep.
Death metal. If you don't recognize that cover,
that's a censored cover. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
If anybody's got a spare copy of that wants to sell it for not a stupid price, hit up this old fat guy.
Marty will trade his copy of Keepers 1 and 2 for it.
No, he won't. just saying, no, he won't.
Oh, let's see. That is a very good Celtic Frost album. The compilation album has, it's a fun historical document. It's not necessarily the greatest songs by some of the bands, but it's still a very cool compilation. You get Too Early Running Wild. You get Too Early Helloween. Marty, that's a German band. You may not have heard of them.
God damn it.
You also get two Hellhammer songs. So yes, the early raw precursor to Celtic Frost, of course. And then you get one other poor band, Dark Avenger, who they're on the album too. Do I want the whole Celtic Frost album, or do I want the cool early tracks by 3 really well-known bands and some other guys? Really tempted to take the compilation album. Well, Megatherion is good, but it is not my favorite Celtic Frost album. It's obviously great. I think for fun, I will keep the compilation album, even though, the Celtic Frost is great, but there are other awesome Celtic Frost albums as well. That compilation album is the only place you hear some of those early tracks by some of those bands. So I'll keep the comp. It's a fun choice, but I'll keep the compilation. I do want a copy with the original uncensored
original cover. Yeah.
I want the zombie eating the metalhead.
Me too. So Jurgen, let me ask you this. I've always wondered that Helloween song, Ornst for Life. What does Ornst mean? I have no idea what the fuck. Is that a German word?
It means we're number 2.
Earnest is it's not a German word. They translated it out of a dictionary, and I think it's Mike. Maybe you know that word, earnest.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
It determined.
In German, you've got a saying that is der Ernst des Lebens, the essence of life.
Okay.
It's not a word. Yeah. Maybe Alan, Aaron can help me out.
Aaron said it's not a word.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah,
I didn't know what the fuck it was.
No,
I'm
it's
not
a good
very well
question.
read though.
I've never heard a good explanation for it either. Because I've tried looking it up before, and you kind of run into a bit of a dead end trying to figure it out.
I'm gonna Google it. Wait a second.
Laz says, "Is it like angst? Isn't it?" I have no idea. I've always been curious. It's a recipe for schnitzel, says Gavin Hill.
Hey, Gavin.
The seriousness of life.
Okay.
Seriousness? Okay.
Okay.
So it's a word by word translation in German. Seriousness.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Ion Farmer is helping us out. Found this. Ernst for Life is an English bastardization of the German saying Ernst des Lebens, which would roughly translate to seriousness of life. Okay.
Yeah.
So it is a German thing. Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you, Iron Farmer. Good
Thank
job.
you.
Appreciate that.
Mike, what do you think on this one?
I haven't heard that EP, to be honest, but yeah, I'd have to go with Celtic Frost on that one. If for no other reason than the cover.
Well, the original cover for that death metal comp is way cooler. The band cover is way cooler.
Yeah, I would still go with Celtic Frost though.
Marty, what about you?
I've heard the comp. It's a great comp. I'm going with Celtic Frost though. Just because I don't own the comp, so I can't really lose it if I don't have it, right?
So yet another Helloween album that Just isn't on your show.
Gone. Yep. We have 2 songs that have not appeared on anything else. Wait, what's the other song on there? What's the other Helloween song on that comp?
Metal Invaders.
Metal Invaders. Well, I've got that on Walls of Jericho, so I'm good. I'm safe. Whose turn is it? Is it my turn? No, it's Mike's turn.
My turn.
Go
Right.
for it, Mike.
An album that every other time I listen to it, I think the opposite of what I did last time. Effigy of the Forgotten.
Classic.
Versus World Downfall.
It's an easy one. This is an easy one for me. Easy.
It's an easy one for me, actually.
It's an easy one for me. I'll go first. For me, it's Terrorizer, World Downfall all day. That is a perfect grind record. I love that record. I really can't fault Suffocation for the fact that so many bands copied them, but during the era that album came out, there were so many bottom beater bands that were trying to be the New York death metal style. Here in America, doing a zine in 95, every single demo I got sounded like Effigy of the Forgotten. It burnt me out on it, but that Terrorizer album stands as an immortal fucking classic. And even though it wasn't that lineup, my band in 2019 opened for them, and they sounded great. They played all those songs. They sounded amazing. Lee Harrison from Monstrosity and Sam he was in Monstrosity as well, were the 2 guys backing up Pete there. But what a great fucking record. Terrorizer World Downfall for me is a classic. I'm going Terrorizer. What do you think, Jurgen?
Terrorizer for me all the way because it's got such an earnest sound.
Would you say it's got an Ornst song?
No, the sound of the Terrorizer album is unmatchable because it sounds so natural and so serious.
Yeah. Yep.
I don't
It's
know.
the soundtrack to the air drumming Olympics, or it should be.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
Yes.
I've seen Terrorizer in different incarnations. I've seen them with John Garcia on vocals and some band. And I've seen them with Pete Sandoval on drums and fantastic.
Yep. So yeah, the current lineup is great. Their latest album, Vicious Attack, is really quite good. It's really good.
Is there another so-called grindcore album that has more memorable songs than Terrorizer's World Downfall?
I pulled out Repulsion first, but when I listened to it, I just thought, well, it's just a joke. And the only reason I pulled Suffocation out was because I get sick of hearing how fantastic it is. And I don't subscribe to that, but I just thought other people might, so I'll pull it, But Terrorizer stands on its own for me. It's fucking fantastic.
Fucking fantastic record. What do you think, Alan?
Yeah, the Terrorizer. Definitely fun album. Cool sound. Nothing against Suffocation, but I've never gotten really into them overall. But so yeah, the Terrorizer is a pretty easy pick there for me too.
The first Brutal Truth album was pretty memorable too for a grind album. There's some great fucking songs on the first Brutal Truth album. Okay, Jurgen, you're back. Let's do it again.
Marty, this one is going out to you.
Don't fuck me on this, Jurgen. I've got okay. That's a great record.
Rage.
Love it.
Trapped.
Love that record. Thanks to you, you turned me on that record. Love it.
Think about it.
You fuck.
Oh.
They're different records, but I gotta go with Death Row on this because that album, I love that album so much. I love it.
Okay.
Machinery. That whole album is so good. It's so technical and weird. I mean, Trapped is a perfect fucking record. That is a great Rage album. That's probably my favorite Rage album, to be completely honest. But that Death Row is my favorite Death Row record. I got to go with Death Row, 100%. And that's coming back around in one of my picks here coming up, by the way. I mean, I got so many things here. I've had so much fun picking records for this. Anyway, yep, I'm going with Death Row. What do you think, Mike?
I would have to go with Rage. I prefer the Rage and Steel album than that one. It's a bit odd for me, that Deception album. So I would go with Trapped, even though I don't really know it that well because it's kind of new to me.
It's such a good record.
What I do know of it, I do like. I have got it, but I got quite a few in quick succession, so I haven't digested it properly, but I'll still go with that.
Okay, Alan, what do you think?
I kind of have to mulligan this one. I haven't heard that Death Row album in so long that I only have the vaguest impressions of what it was like. I like the Rage album quite a bit, but I really don't know that Death Row album enough to weigh in on this one. So unfortunately, we'll have to take a pass on this round.
Okay.
I know the other Death Row.
That's two.
albums.
By the way, just for those keeping score, that's two that Alan has pushed out on. Just saying. Just saying.
I mean, I can say Rage, but the reason is I haven't heard that Death Row album in 20 years. Easily.
No,
and when
it's
I heard
good.
it, I probably heard it once or twice. So
it's a great. I need to buy that for you because it's a great fucking record.
I mean, it's on. It's number. Let me check the list. Flip to the right page. It is currently number 87 on the list of things Alan needs to listen to. So it's on the list.
Glenn, you don't know Death Row. All their records are good. Life Beyond, they started to lose me a little bit, but man, their first three records are fucking great. They're all so good.
This one's different from the first two.
It is.
I mean, the first two are kind of a little bit more straightforward raging, and this one gets a lot more technical.
Way more technical. It's crazy.
That's everything I know about it, so that's why I can't weigh in here.
The thing that's really cool is it's super technical and all over the place and a million riffs per song, but they somehow keep some sort of aura of memorability in those songs. I don't know how they did it, because it's a fucking crazy record. It's a very crazy record. But what do you think, Mike? Oh, do we talk? Yeah. Jurgen, what do you think? What would you pick?
For me, it's the Rage album.
Yep.
Because, like you said, it's perfect. It's my favorite Rage
It's a great fucking record. It's so good.
My favorite Death Row album is definitely a Raging Steel.
It's a great record. Yeah.
Alan made an announcement of a festival, and I'm gonna see a Rage along with Heathen and Vader and Toxic.
Wow.
And Gravedigger.
Wow.
In 2 weeks. And Master.
I gotta say, Jurgen, wear a mask because the Maryland Death Fest happened, and I've seen a million people online saying they got COVID at that place. So just saying. Wear your mask, even though everybody is vaxxed. It's mild symptoms. It's out and getting people. So wear a mask.
That's a shame to hear that folks caught it there, because I know a lot of folks really were excited to go and have a good time.
Yeah.
They did, but
Oh man, there were so many people.
That's a shame.
Are you going on stage, Jurgen, at that gig? Are you doing a couple of songs? Because your old band's on there as well, aren't they?
Yeah, they are, and I'm gonna sing 1 or 2 songs with them. Yeah,
there's gonna be a shit ton of people there, brother. Wear your Depends.
Not when my old band is playing. So
no, you never know. All right, is it my turn? I think so. Oh wait, we got kind of confused here. I think it's back to Mike.
Is it?
I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna see what you pick and then go pee.
Well, I've just heard their name mentioned, so we've got Toxic World Circus and Skeptics Apocalypse.
Oh, easy one. I'll be right back.
What do you think?
Jurgen, you want to tackle this one first?
This was aimed at Jurgen, really.
This is not a very easy choice, but 60% goes to the Agent Steel album because it's got more memorable songs. It's got more melodies is not the correct term, but it's just more memorable. I think it's more embedded in my how do I say that?
Brain.
It's just definitely the Agent Steel album.
I think the Agent Steel album is more of a complete album, and I know I'm going to probably annoy some people here, but Heart Attack, right, is phenomenal.
Mm-hmm.
And then Social Overload is good. And then it kind of peters out to something that's just on in the background for me after that. I think it's very front loaded, and I don't think the load's that, big, to be quite honest. It runs out of steam fast for me, that album, and it's not something that I feel like I have to knock off, but it's also not something that I particularly care about, so, but Heart Attack stands like way out in front on that album for me. What do you think, Alan?
The Agent Steel for me. I love that album to death. So there's nothing against the Toxic at all, but Agent Steel is one of my favorite speed metal releases.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah, there's not. It would take something. Again, nothing against Toxic, but it would take something a lot stronger than Toxic to make me reap Skeptics Apocalypse, no doubt.
Yeah.
What did you pick, Jurgen?
I picked Agent Steel.
Yeah, I mean, any album that has a song as killer as "Bleed for the Gods" on it, holy fuck, that song just makes my eyes roll back in my head.
The first.
Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
I was just saying, yeah, the side A of that album is as good as just about anything recorded.
It's crushing, absolutely crushing. Yeah, for me, it's Agent Steel. The Toxic is good, but Agent Steel is it's in a league beyond. What did you pick, Mike?
It wasn't much of a contest for me. I went with Agent Steel. I was just saying to these two, Heart Attack is an amazing song, but I find that album runs out of steam fast for me, that Toxic album.
Yeah, a lot of votes for Agent Steel, but yeah, there's definitely fans of Toxic in the chat as well. So nice pair.
Nice pair.
Mike, where did you hear Toxic first? I guess it was on the compilation, whatever it's called.
9.
Yeah.
Yep, that's where I heard him first too.
And that is what stick to us, I guess.
Mm.
I was a little bit disappointed. I saw the set list for some recent Toxic gigs, and they didn't even play that song.
They didn't play Heart Attack?
No.
Huh. It's funny that I seen Pantera in 1994, and they didn't play I'm Broken. It's just fucking mental, isn't it? Not that I give a fuck about Pantera, to be honest, but when you go and see them in 1994 and they don't play I'm Broken, you're scratching your head.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, Alan, you're up.
All righty. Let's see.
Europe, by the way, Europe. Jurgen, go click on the link in the description. Jurgen has got a giant Europe fucking video coming up, which is the biggest earworm awful band ever. Just thinking about it. It's in my fucking
you might say that Jurgen's going to do the final countdown on Europe.
Yes. He's been smoking weed for 3 weeks about this, and they still don't sound any better. All the weed he smoked, they still sound like shit. Anyway, go ahead, Alan.
You're talking about smoking weed. I'll be back.
smoked all the weed in Germany, and they still don't
Jurgen
sound
is
good.
having to take a pot tea break. Let's see here. All right.
Yeah, exactly, Simon. Europe have more than one song. Yeah, guess what? They do.
They don't.
All right, let's try this pair. Let's try a pair of a little more what you might call highbrow, interesting, quirky thrash. We need a Voivod album tonight, so let's do Killing Technology.
Oh, I've got a Voivod pairing as well. Go ahead.
Okay, Killing Technology versus one we've already seen tonight, History of a Time to Come by Sabbat.
Ah, it's easy. Easy one.
And
Mike, why don't you start?
Oh, it's Sabbat again for me on that one.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't mind that Killing Technology. That's actually where I start with Voivod because I can't roll with those earlier ones. But yeah, still Sabbat for me there.
Jurgen? Well, judging by the flag behind you, if you pick Europe, we're going to come over there and kick you in the nuts.
I'm gonna pick Europe's live album. No, seriously. Again, in 1987, I saw the video for Ravenous Medicine, and I fell in love with the band. And I don't know, they are just my favorite band of all time.
Yep.
So it's an obvious choice for me.
there.
About
Marty?
you, Marty? Marty, well,
Yes, Marty. What about you?
I'm fucking picking Voivod all day long. Voivod.
Okay.
Most unique band ever. So good. What about you, Alan?
I'll go with Mike once again. Kind of the same impression on Killing Tech. I don't mind the first two Voivod albums. I like Killing Technology, but the Sabbat album, is a very, very cool album. I like Martin Walker's approach to it a lot. I'll take History of a Time to Come over Killing Tech. While I like Voivod, it's well established. I'm not, a huge Voivod fan like a lot of folks. Don't mind their stuff, but I'm not going to pass up Sabbat for them.
See, there's a lot of people rambling about Europe in the chat, so that's going to be a hit stream. That's going to go viral. That's going to be the viral Jurgen stream.
Now Marty, I ain't superstitious, but don't jinx it for him, okay?
I Ain't Superstitious is such a Deep Purple rip-off song,
It
but
very
I
much is.
love it.
Oh yeah, it's now that one you will sing that for a week if you hear even 20 seconds of that song.
I've been singing Europe songs for the last couple of weeks all day long.
Final countdown. Yep.
You turn your effects back on, Marty.
That song.
I need effects to make this shit sound good. I'm up next. Okay, we're gonna capitalize on Mike's deal here. This is a little trickier because both of these bands feature the same guitar player. We got Agent Steel, Skeptics, Apocalypse up against Holy Terror's Mind Wars. Kurt Killfeld's in both of these albums.
I had the
Both of
exact
these
same
are
pair.
speed metal classics. What's that?
I had the exact same pair lined up for later.
You did?
That's
So this is a little tougher one. I know where I side on it, but it's tough. I hate to say goodbye to one of these records, but one of them's got to go. What do you think, Mike?
Well, as you know, I'm only new to Holy Terror after watching your stream a few
You're
weeks ago.
fucking welcome.
But and I went out and bought both albums, and I've been concentrating on the other one. But I have heard that Mind Wars a couple of times.
It's so fucking good, dude.
Even though I've only heard it a couple of times, and I love that Agent Steel album. I don't know, because this is the thing about this game, because you can rely on I can rely on the other Holy Terror album, but
This is a way better album than the debut. It just is.
I don't know. I really enjoy that. For me now, it's trying to decide between the first Holy Terror album and the second Agent Steel album. as to, I don't know. I'm probably going to go the Holy Terror because I have really been consumed with them lately. So
You're fucking welcome.
even though I haven't played it as much as Agent Steel,
I
think
abstain.
I'm
Fuck
gonna
you,
look at
Captain
more.
K. Jump in. Sorry, go ahead, Mike. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I think judging by so far, especially what I think of the first album, I think I'm probably going to fall on the side of Mind Wars.
Keith Dean rules. What a fucking vocalist. Rest in peace, Keith Dean. Shout out to Keith Dean. How about you, Jurgen? Where you at?
I don't know each of these albums.
Oh, fuck you.
Wow.
The final countdown.
So, Alan, how do you do that to keep out of the ranking?
Yep.
Oh, you can pick one. It's fine.
I know. I have to decide. So let me smoke.
Let's let Jurgen smoke, and we'll put Alan in front of the firing squad. What have you got?
I'll buy some time for Jurgen. That's fine. Both great albums, but Skeptics for me.
Wow. Okay.
I'm in the minority. I kind of like Mickey saying, I like that first Holy Terror album probably a smidge better than Mind Wars. They're both close. They're all classic speed metal albums, but
Classics.
I like the debut Holy Terror a little bit better. So I'm okay keeping that one, losing Mind Wars. But again, Skeptics. It takes a lot to knock Skeptics off the pedestal.
They're both great fucking records.
Oh yeah. And like you said, I mean, some of the same personnel, so it kind of makes sense. But as good as Mind Wars is, now if you put Mind Wars against Unstoppable Force, yeah, I'd keep Mind Wars. But nope, Skeptics stays. Skeptics definitely stays with this pair. Mike and I are on the same wavelength on a lot of these nights. And this one too.
I think it's down to the glasses, Alan, and the name Alan in the name.
Oh, is that like your middle name?
That's his last name.
It's my last name.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So you're saying glasses make you smarter? Well, guess what? I'm just too poor to go to the fucking optometrist. Anyway, Jurgen, what do you got?
Okay, I agree with Alan. It takes a lot to knock off Skeptics. If you would have chosen Holy Terror's debut, I probably would have gone with Holy Terror, but Mind Wars against Skeptics, it's Agent Steel for me.
Okay. I mean, I can't fault any of you guys for this because these are both killer albums, and I hate to say goodbye to Skeptics, but this album right here is amazing.
Mind Wars.
Oh, it's amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Mind Wars is an amazing record. I love this record. The first time I remember going into Camelot Music, buying the tape, coming back out to my piece of shit vehicle, sitting in it, popping in, and getting all the hairs on the back of my neck stand out of Judas Reward. Like, holy shit, this is the most vicious killer thrash ever. So well written. You've got a singer on here that he's not screaming. He's actually singing in pitch. Along with this very busy, very fast, coked out, awesome, supercharged thrash metal. He's somehow finding melodies to sing over this stuff. And he's throwing a lot of words in there. He's doing double time on this stuff. And I've always really championed. I love the debut as well, but Mind Wars is a special. It's just them drugged out, man. You could tell they're on the coke. This is a great record. It really is. Mike, if you spend some more time with this, you're going to love it.
Yeah, I'm going to move on to that. I just wanted to digest the other one, but I can't believe how many different bands I can hear in them. Like there's an English band, the sort of a punk band called Leatherface. You should check out a song, I Want the Moon. And it's very reminiscent. The vocals are very reminiscent of that, but there's that many styles. And for me, those Holy Terror albums are like the ultimate underground discoveries while I've been in the VC.
Yep. Well, I'm glad we could steer you straight on that because it's such. I don't hear many other people talking about this band on the VC. I'm glad we are because they're worth hearing. Absolutely worth hearing.
Mm.
But Mike, you're up.
Right. Hang on. Let me get this right. These were for Alan. Yeah. So we've got schizophrenia
Okay.
and blood-fired death.
Okay. That's
Strange pairing, I suppose. But I don't have an enormous amount of black metal because I sold it all, and I kind of kept the Bathory stuff, which I know is not probably what most people class as black metal, but and I just went with the sort of a kind of gruff. I nearly pulled out the earlier Sept stuff, but I went with that because a lot of people love it. But for me, just to sort of spoil it before we start, there isn't really any comparison. It's Bathory all the way for me.
Let's see. I'm double checking the track lists on both of those. It's an interesting pairing for me because neither is my favorite album by either band. Both of these albums rank a little lower.
Yep.
For those bands for me, so it's kind of like like third favorite versus fourth favorite in their catalogs, kind of thing. So that makes it a weird one. I haven't played the Bathory in a long time. Let me look at its track list again. Marty, let's see what the chat is saying about this.
Let me
It's
throw
another
some up
cool
here.
pair. Mike's got a lot of cool pairs tonight. What the heck is on Bloodfire Death?
Well, for me, it's for those who died is worth the price of admission.
Oh,
That's
right,
just-
yeah. A Fine Day to Die, yeah. Golden Walls of Heaven. Okay, that. Yeah, again, a little rusty on these. I think on this pair, I think I'll actually have to disagree with you this time, Mike. I think I'll keep the Sepultura. That Bathory album was, for whatever reason, was a hard one for me to digest when I first got it. It's kind of a transitional album for them. I had heard some of the earlier ones, and I had heard some of the later ones. And that album falling in between, it was hard for me to wrap my head around that album. The Sepultura, is a little more digestible. So it's a cool pair. I think at least tonight, I want Sepultura. That's one that could change. If I went back this weekend and played these two albums, I might regret that choice. But I'll pick Sepultura this time around. Let's see.
Hey, Mike, you might want to jump out and jump back in. Your mic is getting weird.
I wondered that.
Okay, Jurgen, you're up.
Okay, that is a tough one for me because I've got both albums almost at the same time during the late 80s. But I do not talk about black metal on my channel almost at all. But I have to reveal my my favorite, call it black metal or don't call it black metal, moments are the intro, Odin's Ride over Nordland, and the Fine Day to Die. Just for that alone, I'm gonna take Bloodfire Death. I really love that. And have you noticed in the song Pace Till Death, at the beginning, there's a little Venom reference in it.
Yeah.
Have you noticed that?
I guess I have not noticed that, but he obviously was influenced by them.
It starts with and then sometimes during the beginning there's and that is from the black metal album from Venom.
Teacher's
Yeah,
pet.
yeah.
Which is a reference of just 1 or 1.5 seconds.
Yep. Well, for me, there he is. For me, I'm Jurgen sided with Bloodfire Death. I'm going to side with Bloodfire Death as well. I love that Sepultura album, but I prefer Beneath the Remains and I prefer Arise. Beneath the Remains is my favorite Sepultura album, but that Battery record is a good transitional album. It's a good step out of the black metal era into the more Viking era. It's a good transitional album. There's some great songs on it. My favorite Battery record is Blood on Ice, hands down. I've said that a million times, but Bloodfire Death is a classic. I'm going with Bloodfire Death.
But you can see Schizophrenia as a transitional album as well.
It is exactly. They're both transitional albums.
First LP are like very, very noisy, very badly played, and Schizophrenia is right on point. What made me choose Bloodfire Death as well is the instrumental that is on Schizophrenia.
Troops of Doom is my favorite song on the end of the Schizophrenia.
I think the instrumental on Schizophrenia is a little bit too long. It's not bad. It's not a bad instrumental, but I think it's a little bit too long.
Right. Alan, did you do this one already? Did you decide on this? You went with
Yeah. I went with Sepultura, so I'm in the minority on this one.
Okay, Jurgen, your picking is up next.
Mike, this is going out to you.
Ugh.
Grin
sucks.
by Coroner. Like I said, I watched your favorite Noise Records video again.
Oh,
It's that one.
I did that. That's my favorite Coroner album, and I know it's no one else's.
you're in the minority.
Mind you, if you read in the Noise that book, they say that if they do come back, which they are doing, they are recording an album, it's going to be like Grin. It's going to be picking up where that left off.
They're fucking up. But anyway.
But I would still take Nothing Face out of that, to be honest.
Okay.
Nothing Face was, I mean, I like Dimension Hatred when it come out, but Nothing Face was the first time I really thought, whoa, I love a Voivod album now. So yeah, the whole cleaning up the production, and I'm not a covers guy, but they absolutely nail that Pink Floyd cover, and yeah, it was the first time, you know, that I really loved a Voivod album, so I would go with that. But Coroner is great, but then again, I understand why the more traditional thrash sort of Megadeth influenced stuff that they did. I understand why people would like that more than that, because that's like 1993 has got to be the weirdest year for metal. It was like a real melting pot of everything. Anything went in 1993. Yep. And you got albums in bands' career that they never repeated. It was just like a one-off weird fucking what the hell's this shit? And then they went on to something else again. And, you know, but yeah, I do like that Coroner album. Definitely Voivod, though.
You picked Voivod?
Voivod, yeah.
I'm surprised to see all the love for Grin in the comments, man. I always thought that record was a piece of turd, but wow.
It's got some love out there tonight. Yep.
Alan, what do you think?
Can I reap both of them?
Both of them?
Oh
No. No.
Okay, then. I'll keep the Coroner. For whatever reason, I have tried numerous times to listen to Nothing Face. I cannot get through that album to save my life. I have given it multiple tries on multiple different occasions. Like, I want to sit down, I want to listen to this, I want to figure it out. I get halfway through that album and I just turn it off. I'm just like, I'm done with this. I want to listen to something different now.
Just start with the second half.
Maybe I need to play side B. Maybe that's a thing. Could be, but this is not because I think the Coroner is great, but I have made it through the Coroner album. I have never made it through Nothing Face. That's the album where I jump off of Voivod. I'm just like, yeah. There are later albums that I've played. Matt over at the Dark Path has pointed me towards some that are that I do like later on, but I've never once gotten through Nothing Face. So yeah, that's one of the easiest reaps you can ever give me. I will almost take the field against Nothing Face. It's just not my album. Sorry, I know it's got a great following, and I know a lot of folks love that one, but it's just not for me. Not yet, anyway. Maybe one day it'll click.
So, did you know on the Coroner album there are plenty of guest musicians, because Coroner just couldn't keep up in the studio? Did you know that?
Did not know that.
Mike, have you seen the Coroner DVD?
Yeah, I've got it, but it's all in German.
It's not in German. I need the subtitles as well. It's in Swiss German.
It's in Swiss, sorry, yeah. Well, anything that's not English is a fucking nightmare for us thick bastards.
Yeah, I know that. They admitted openly in that DVD that a couple of guest musicians, studio musicians, had to play a lot on that record because they just couldn't get it.
That's really strange, that, isn't it? Because it's quite a more simplified sound than what they've done previous.
Mm-hmm. Maybe that's the cause. They wanted more groove, but they didn't have the groove because they were
too
a
technical.
Tech band. Yeah.
A tech band, yeah, right. Maybe that's the cause.
They shouldn't have been fucking doing it then. Sorry.
Mike is right. Weird shit was happening in 1993.
Yeah. Well, for me, I mean, it's easy. Voivod for sure. But that Coroner album, I love the first 4 Coroner records. I do. They're great. It's a band that sounds like they lost the plot. They lost their muse. I understand wanting to go. I mean, Mental Vortex, they started to get a little more simplistic. But the songs are still really good. They're really sharp, well-written songs. They brought the technical in when they needed it. It was still a great record, but the writing was on the wall. Grin, they lost the plot, man. And it's just a boring record to me. But Nothing Face, when that album came out, it kind of took me by surprise because Dimension Hatros is one of my favorite albums of all time. It's an amazing album. Nothing Face was a lot cleaner. But, going back, I recently did a deep dive on the Voivod catalog over on the Metal Madness 66 channel. We did a whole thing, and I hadn't spun Nothing Face in a while. I put that record on. I was blown away at the interaction between Piggy and Blackie. The way the bass and the guitars interact with each other, it's almost playful. How the two... They were so in tune with each other, what each other's skills were, and the way the songs were written. It is so interesting to go back and listen to that album after not hearing it for a couple of years, and really hearing that bass guitar interplay. What a great fucking record, man! It is so well structured. The production is super crisp and clean. You could tell a lot of money had entered it into their recording budget, but I love the record. It's a great record. Is it Dimension Hatros? It is not, but it is a really good record. The musicianship is top notch, and it's a band that's been playing together for years, and they're really in sync. And I really, really, and you're hearing that again on their latest one, Synchro Anarchy. The way Rocky and Chewy interact, it's very Nothing Face-esque. I really like the new record a lot too, but Nothing face for me all day. That was a long way around, but yeah, nothing face. I'm up. Oh wait, Jurgen, what did you pick?
Nothing face.
Nothing face. Okay,
For sure.
right on. Okay, well, in order for this pick to happen, I had the guys do some homework if they had not heard this album, Damnation by Blazing Stone. Hopefully you all listened to this, at least half of this album before this show. Did you all listen to this?
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I'm putting this Damnation album up against the new Running Wild album. Which, for those of you who don't know, Blazing Stone is basically a Running Wild tribute band. They've got 7 or 8 records out. They're all really fucking good. They're all really good, and it is Running Wild. There's no mixing bones on this one. But let's start with Mike. Mike, what did you think of Damnation, and how does it compare to the new Blood on Blood album by Running Wild? The latest Blazing Stone against the latest Running Wild record.
Right. Well, I listened to it, and I completely agree that, I mean, obviously we know what they're doing, and they're definitely competent musicians. I think the vocals, when they don't introduce all the harmonized vocals for the big chorus or whatever, I think they sound okay. When you get all the voices coming together, it sounds like fucking Disney does Running Wild. But ultimately, and I was talking to Darcy about how I could describe this. You know those in the UK we call them jumpers. Maybe you call them sweaters, right? You know them V-neck sweaters that have got a stitched-in collar so it looks like you've got a shirt underneath your jumper.
Yeah.
I call it Norwegian black metal, but anyway, go ahead.
Blazing Stone is the musical equivalent of one of them fake fucking V-neck jumpers with the collar stitched in. I hate the entire sort of that whole thing, because there's that other band that do like death stuff that I forget the name of them.
Gruesome.
Gruesome. I just fucking hate that whole idea of doing that. I'd rather hear a shit death album and a shit Running Wild album than a fantastic Blazing Stone, because at least it was original. And really, if you haven't heard this, Marty, that is what that pisses on that Blazing Stone album. That's ex-members of Running Wild. Have you got that?
I have not. I've never even heard of that.
That's all ex-members of Running Wild. They've got 3 albums out, but that's the best one. And that pisses on that Blazing Stone. It's a bit more speed metal than Running Wild, but no, it's the new Running Wild all day for me. I'm sorry, I can't roll with that. You know, Running Wild done by Disney.
All right, Jurgen, your thoughts on the Blazing Stone versus Running Wild?
Okay, the Blazing Stone album wins in production, but the songwriting and the execution on the Running Wild album is better. The songwriting is better. I don't know. Blazing Stone, I'm tempted to get the live album. To get.
I've got it. I haven't listened to it yet. It's still in the cellophane.
Okay.
I've got all the records at this point. I've got every Blazing Stone record.
That might be my entry point, but Mike just mentioned Gruesome. I love to see Gruesome live, but I'm selling my Gruesome records because I just don't listen to them.
Right.
So tribute bands, so-called tribute bands, I'd rather listen to the OG.
Sure.
So Running Wild in that case.
How about you, Alan?
Um,
Keep in mind this record is probably going to be in your collection tomorrow. I sent it to you. It'll probably be
nice.
in your mailbox tomorrow.
I appreciate it. I listened to it, and yeah, it's great. I very
It's
much
really good.
Yeah, I very much get what Mike is saying. That yeah, it's a blatant clone of something else, and that can rub some folks the wrong way. That they're not really doing their own original thing at all. That said, I like the Blazing Stone catalog quite a bit. There's a period there in Running Wild, from like the tail end of the 90s until just recently where they were kind of asleep at the wheel for me. There's several albums there once they got off of Noise that I am not a huge fan of. And as such, it was really nice having the Blazing Stone albums because it was always like, this is what I wish, yes, it just sounds like old Running Wild, but it's what I wish Running Wild still sounded like when they were doing, some of the later albums like Brotherhood and such. How that said, I think, Running Wild has kind of turned the corner. The last couple of albums, Rapid Foray and this one,
Step up.
I like both of them. That's a big step up. Is it a return to their former glory? No, but that's okay. It's a lot better than where they were at. And yeah, I really can't, pick the clone over the original when it's a good album. If you had paired this against, what's that? Shadow. There's one of the Running Wild albums. It looks like
Shadowmaker.
Shadowmaker. It looks like it's got like a Transformers toy logo on the cover. If you'd paired it against that, I'd take Blazing Stone all day. But no, this is a good Running Wild album, and kind of like Mike said, a good Running Wild album, will still beat the best Blazing Stone album. But unlike Mike, I do like what Blazing Stone does. It's fun if you just want additional Running Wild on top of what you've already got for Running Wild, which is a fantastic discography to begin with. So I'll take the new Running Wild, please.
Okay. Well, I gotta say, I'm gonna preface this by saying that one of the best shows I ever saw in my life. I was drunk as fuck. It was a casino here near my town. A tribute band called Kiss Army played. And it was probably the best show I've ever been to in my life. Granted, I was completely wasted. I caught the fake Paul Stanley's pick. I was so drunk. I was a screaming girl in the front row. They played a great set. They looked like Kiss. They sounded like Kiss. And they played with a lot of piss and vinegar. I got to say, oops, what did I do? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I can't hear me. Hello? Hello? There. Well, as long as you can hear me, it doesn't matter. I like this new Running Wild album. I think it's a really good step in the right direction. The last album was a good step in the right direction. The few that came before it were not so much. But this record, this has got a lot more piss and vinegar than Running Wild has had in a while. Call it Running Wild Disney. Fine. That's fine. But there's some great riffs on here, and they are doing their damnedest to sound like Running Wild. And they really kind of are. I don't know. I listened to this today, as a matter of fact. I really like this record. I think it's really solid. I'm going to have to go with Damnation on this. It sucks. I'm disgracing the original, but Rolf is really getting it right again, but he just doesn't have the piss and vinegar that he did in the middle era of his catalog. He just doesn't. And this kind of does. So I'm going with Damnation on this one. Throw rocks.
The guys in Scanner approve of your choice here.
Right.
I put that question into the. I'm a member of the Running Wild fan page on YouTube on eBay. Fuck me, I'll get it right. Yes, Facebook, and there's like thousands and thousands of people there, and I put that question to them about that after you sent me that email saying that you were going to bring this album up, and I said, what's your thoughts on it? And every fucking person in that chat loves Blazing Stone now.
It's good, man. It's good.
I get where you're coming from, because Rolf
Check.
took his foot off the pedal, and he's
Yes.
let a band like that exist.
Check. There.
But I think we can just put that down to his age. He's 60 now, and that's going to happen. You know.
Oh, I can't discredit the guy.
I understand that anyone wanting like pile of skulls over and over again is getting it with that Blazing Stone. But for me, it was that, and if he had a more coarse voice, I think it wouldn't have been too bad. But when it went to because I thought it was going okay in the verse, but when it gets to those choruses and it's silky smooth and fucking Disney, I was like, oh shit, no, I can't.
Well, I wanted you guys to listen to it because I knew I was going to compare these two. I thought it was a fair pairing.
Yeah.
You know, they're most recent by both bands. I mean, obviously, Blazing Stone has been sucking on Rolf's dick for their whole career. And he's also got another band called Rocker Rollers, which is actually quite good as well.
But you've
I
got
don't
to get Marty, you and Alan. Have you heard that, Alan?
I have never heard of that album. I didn't know that even existed. So I'll check it out.
I think I had a different X-Wild album.
I got to write this down.
I'm familiar with them.
They've got 3. That's just come out on vinyl. They've just reissued that on vinyl because it's from like 94 or 95 or something.
Yeah, I'm checking now to see which one I
They
don't
went
have
all
the,
out on the fucking art budget. That's for fucking sure.
Oh,
Lazy
yeah.
fucking cunts. Yeah.
I think Blazing Stone should do a really big Wacken show with Rock and Roll on vocals.
Yeah.
Or maybe just on rhythm guitar.
I mean, honestly, I mean, you can't deny. I mean, Rolf is still a master. Don't get me wrong, but the riffs on this record are fucking great, man. I mean, there's a lot of piss and vinegar on this record. There's some great riffs on here, and it harkens back to the middle era of Running Wild's catalog, which is their best era.
I totally see your point, but I'm with Mike. When it comes to the chorus or the choruses,
yep,
it's just too much. It's just too blown up. Leave it at 2 or maybe 3 voices, but
sure,
not a real choir. That sounds cheesy.
Yep. Well,
I think.
I knew the pairing would inspire. I mean, knowing you're all Running Wild fans, I knew it would inspire debate. So that's why I picked them.
Yep.
Again,
And
speaking of tribute bands, and like I said, Blazing Stone maybe should do a really great Wacken show with rock and roll special guest. I really love the band Storm Warrior.
Oh, they're so good. Helloween, total Helloween worship.
Totally Helloween worship.
Yep.
The best show I saw with them was the show with Kai Hansen as special guest. And they played for, I don't know, 70 minutes just doing things from the EP and the Walls of Jericho.
I saw there's a video on YouTube. They're playing a big festival. Kai comes out and they do Ride the Sky, which is like one of my all-time favorite songs. It's the best power metal, speed metal song ever written. And with Kai singing, they were note for note perfection. It was so good. I'm like, and I looked up, I'm like, holy shit, this band's got albums. I bought I think Alan told me the debut album was killer. I checked that out. It's a total Walls of Jericho worship, 100%.
You're welcome.
Yep, thank you. It was so good. And I think I have one more to get.
Am I making a noise again? Do you want me to go out and come in?
No, you're not.
Nope.
No, okay.
No.
Yep. Yeah, Storm Warrior is a good one to bring up here, Jurgen. I'm glad you mentioned that because they are another band that could be accused of just being a copycat band. One thing that was always different for me about Storm Warrior is the stuff they were copycatting on their first couple of albums. It was a Walls of Jericho, but there really wasn't a second album like Walls of Jericho. Helloween moved past that. I mean, you had the EP and Walls, and then they were completely different. So having Storm Warrior come along and kind of pick up that ball and make more albums like that was perfect for me. Whereas, Mike, like what you said with Blazing Stone, I can get where that one, it's not as necessary to have Blazing Stone because there's already a lot of really good running Wild albums. You can play good running Wild albums, for hours and hours.
Yep.
And not need Blazing Stone to, help round that out. When you play Walls of Jericho, my thing was always, man, I wish they had made just like one more album, maybe one or two more albums like this before they moved on to Keepers, and they didn't. So Storm Warrior, even though they're kind of a copycat band, they were copying something that there was very, very little of. And so I took to Storm Warrior immediately because of that.
And I challenge anybody here, next time you listen to a Storm Warrior album, get a bottle of whiskey, and every time he says the word Warriors, do a shot. By song 3, you're going to be so fucking trashed just by the word Warriors. It's a drinking game.
You and I sat down and figured that out at some point, Marty, I think. Just from like the most recent Storm Warrior album, I counted the number of times that either the word Odin, Warrior, or Hail showed up in songs. I think I stopped counting at like 43 or something.
You will be fucking like alcohol poisoning by song 3. Speaking of it, I'm going to have another shot, you bastards. That's how this is going to go. Okay. Who's next? I was next. Okay, it's Mike. Mike, you're back.
I'm back. Right, I've got 2 pairings left. I forgot who I was doing them for.
Man, I got a bunch.
Alan took Marty's last time, didn't he? So, right, this one's for Marty now then. So these are two bands that've got big catalogues, but these are the only albums that I own from either, and they're the only albums I'm interested in owning. And one is Nightfall.
Okay.
And the other, Shades of God.
Okay. Well, this is an easy pick for me. I love Paradise Lost. I love their first 2 albums. I love some of their albums that came after Shades of God, but Shades of God has got a really shitty drum performance on it. Really shitty. And I'm going to go with Candlemass because it's got some of the best songs for sure. There's a song on there about the guy whose son dies. He's mourning at the kid's grave, and that song brings me to tears. I typically skip that song whenever I play it after, having, well, this is personal, but I've talked about it before. I guess it doesn't matter. But my wife and I had a loss with a baby, a boy. But that song makes me cry every fucking time. And that for it, a band that has the wherewithal, the passion, the music, and the lyrics that match it, that bring a person to tears, that to me is a very special thing that is often not really considered in metal. When it is, it's really special. And Nightfall is a special album. It always will be for me. Nightfall, easy one for me. How about you, Jurgen? Cheers.
Nightfall is a really, really special album. But instead of Nightfall, I can listen to some other Candlemass stuff, or I can listen to Solitude Eternus, which have the same great songwriting, but there is not one single album that sounds like Shades of God. Not one. The guitar sound, the thin guitar sound with the great melodies and the great simple riffs, the incompetent drumming.
It's not good. I could play drums on that album, which is not saying much.
I think the nearest thing to that Paradise Lost album is Carnivore. The simplicity, I don't know how to compare it. The vocals, Nick Holmes never sounded that again, and he never sounded that before. It makes such a special album.
I think Nick Holmes can sound out of tune quite a lot. And on that album, he he manages to pull it off. And for me, I've had like, I don't know, half a dozen Paradise Lost albums over the years, but that is the only one I need.
I can totally see that. Yeah. Because it's so unique.
Yeah. What about you, Alan? What do you think?
Knee-jerk thought was, easily Nightfall, but Jurgen makes a really excellent point. I do like this album by Paradise Lost. Marty's right. Yeah, the drumming is not exactly going to win any awards.
It's just super barren. I mean, the guy is just kind of in it. I don't know if it's production of the drums or what.
Production doesn't help, but I don't think there was much there to produce. But yeah, it is a very unique album in Paradise Lost's catalog. It gets away from the really more slower gothy kind of stuff from the first two albums, and after this, of course, they went in all kinds of different directions. And I do like it. This album was actually my introduction to Paradise Lost too, so it again has a little more sentimentality to it. And yeah, there's so many good Candlemass albums that are in the same vein as Nightfall. Ancient Dreams, Tales of Creation, all those, they have their differences, but I mean, they're very much in the same mold. So yeah, it's stop and think about it. That's a little tougher. Let's look at this Paradise Lost track list. So I know what I'm doing here. Oh, and Mickey, by the way, the X-Wild album I had was Savage Land, their third one. Just couldn't remember the name of it before. Paradise Lost.
Go on to that gentleman who asked a question there before, James somebody. When it comes to Paradise Lost, I like the song True Belief on Icon. And then after that's my relationship with them over, and I didn't. So he said about what did I think of the newest album? I have not listened to Paradise. I just don't. Paradise, I can't even stand Icon apart from that one song, so I don't own that anymore. But yeah, that's sort of where I start and stop with them. Unfortunately, for any Paradise Lost fans.
Yeah, there are very good songs on the Paradise Lost. Mortals Watch the Day, Pity the Sadness. These are really good songs, weak drumming or not. And Jurgen's right. It's a pretty unique. It's not just unique for Paradise Lost. It's got its own little niche. But Nightfall.
I feel bad for saying that, but I mean, there's that old saying that a band is only as good as its drummer. I mean, even Gothic. It's the same drummer that was on Gothic, and the drumming on Gothic isn't great. It's very bare minimum, but I love that record. He has never been a very explosive, colorful drummer. He's just kind of a follow the beat kind of guy. And if the production sucks on the drums, it's really annoying.
Have you read the Peaceville book?
I have not yet. No.
The talk about the plan was to be a lot faster. The guy just couldn't do it, and he was a friend.
You could tell he was struggling to do what he was doing. Yeah.
But rather than get rid of him because he was such a good friend with them, they changed their entire sound to help him out.
Huh.
Yeah. Huh.
Final answer. Jurgen has got a great point, but I think I like Nightfall too much to reap that one. But Samaritans on there, At the Gallows End, Well of Souls. I can't let go of Nightfall, even though, Paradise Lost is a much more unique album and a cool one. So I'll keep Nightfall, but I really like Jurgen's argument on that one. Bonus points for that for sure.
Just let me make a point. Shades of God would never have been the same album with fancy drumming or a big production or very ironed out vocals. It would never have been the same. It's such a unique album.
Mm-hmm.
And I can see at least 2 or 3 albums that match up with Nightfall. So
Oh, yeah.
there's
Yeah,
not
no-
a single album that could replace Shades of God for me.
Yeah. No, you're exactly right. I wouldn't argue against any of that. That's the only I think that's the only Paradise Lost album I still have a hard copy of. I've got others on digital, but I think it's the only one I've kept on the shelf all these years. So,
Really? You don't have Gothic or?
I've got
None
it
of that?
digital.
Oh,
But-
okay.
I don't have hard copies of them. Again, I had it once upon a time, but at some point I was like, yeah, I'll just switch this over to MP3 and I'll be content with that. But yeah, I've never let go of my copy of Icon.
Right on. Okay, Jurgen, you're up.
So next pairing is going out to Alan.
Okay.
Have you already sensed the pattern I went with? It's only noise records.
I was going to say there's a ton of noise. I didn't know if it was all noise, but yeah.
Oh,
First
okay.
Skyclad. Cool.
Okay.
Skyclad's debut album, Voivod Sons of Mother Earth. Again,
Oh, that's a good pairing. That's a good pairing.
Hammerheart.
Yeah.
Oh.
See, my version of Hammerheart is on Crazy, the Canadian pressing. But anyway, yeah.
Okay. That's a cool pairing. Yeah, I wouldn't have thought about putting those together. That's cool. The Skyclad album, yeah, it's my favorite by Skyclad. They did other good albums, but sometimes they got a little too clever for their own good.
That Skyclad record is fucking great. It
But
is
that
so
one
good.
is, yeah, that one's, it's a very cool one. I haven't
So
played
good.
it. But that Bathory album, that's and like I said, I had trouble wrapping my head around Blood, Fire, Death. Hammerheart, on the other hand, the first time I heard that, I was only familiar with earlier Bathory. You know, I'd heard probably the first two. I don't know if I'd probably heard the self-titled and Under the Sign. I probably had not heard the second album at that point. And then I found Hammerheart in a used bin. I was just like, okay, it's a Bathory album. It looks kind of weird, but I like those first, those other albums. So I got that, and it's just like, what the fuck is this? But in a good way. I'm just like, holy shit! I had no idea this band changed styles at some point, and did this other huge epic thing. So yeah, I was just instantly blown away with the fact that they could make such a drastic change in sound and do it so well. Yeah, I'll have to keep Hammerheart. One Road from Asa Bay alone makes that album worth the price of admission, and it's no knock against Skyclad at all. That it, like I said, is definitely my favorite Skyclad album, but no way that it's going to stay on the shelf and while losing Hammerheart. Nope, I will keep the Bathory. But yeah, interesting pairing. I like that. Mike, what do you think about this pair?
I can't roll with 9 minutes of fucking horse noises to begin with.
This goes into the fucking Disney category, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, and that Skyclad album is, apart from a little bit of fiddle at the beginning, it's basically a follow-on from Sabbat. So
It's the closest to Sabbat that they did.
So yeah, I would take that. I mean, yeah. To be honest, it's a long time since I've listened to Hammerheart. I might put that on tomorrow, but the fucking horses, it's like that kind of puts me. I need to start it on song 2. No, I just need to skip that.
Hey, Mike.
I'll take Skyclad.
Mike,
tonight.
when it comes to the horses and the Disney thing, man, you just gotta let it go.
Let it go. Well, I got to say, with a shilling in my pocket and the sky beneath my feet, I got to go with Skyclad. Sky Beneath My Feet, the lead off track on that album is classic. And by the way, everybody, the second shot of whiskey was not a good idea. Whiskey is never a good idea on these things. I start to get slurry and shitty. So, sorry. Just saying, but that Skyclad album is fucking great. It is the closest thing to Sabbat, however you want to say it. I love that Battery record, but again, Blood on Ice for the Viking era. Blood on Ice is my absolute favorite. You got the lake, you got the Wood Woman. Those two songs are fucking perfect Korthon moments in time. Hammerheart is amazing. I love it. I hate to see it go, but God, that Skyclad record is their best by far. Great record. Martin Walkyier was a genius, cynical, weird, lyrical genius.
Yep.
Cheers to him.
Yep.
Wayward Sons of Mother Earth. I love it.
Nice pair, Jurgen. Jurgen, do you have a choice on this one? You don't have to choose since it's your own pair.
Yeah.
Skyclad for sure.
Yeah. Fucking great record.
Just because of the sound, I don't like the old processed battery sound. I don't know. It's obviously a drum computer, so.
Well, that's all of his records after a certain point. He always talks about the drummer. Well, it's never a drummer. It's a fucking drum machine.
That's all of his albums, period.
Yeah. Well, you got the dude, what's his fuck from they did the Lords of Chaos movie. He played on the first album, but whatever.
Are you sure?
Who knows? It's all lies. Korthon was an enigma. You have to read between the lies with that guy for sure, but there's no denying his drive and his what he contributed to music. It's amazing. It really is amazing what Korthon contributed, but it's another topic for sure. Who's up next? Alan.
Okay. For this one, let's go with Slayer, Show No Mercy, and let's pair that up with Kreator, Pleasure to Kill. Go with more of the raw, more vicious side of thrash.
God, pick my favorite Slayer record.
Okay. So Show No Mercy and Pleasure to Kill. Let folks contemplate this one.
God damn it! It's not even a comparable pairing. It's just mean. I love it. Mike, Show No Mercy.
I'm just trying to think. Yeah.
I gotta pee. While you're thinking, I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back. Fuck. I'm so hammered. Sorry, everybody.
See, the old reverb era Slayer isn't my favorite, but if anything's overrated, it's Pleasure to Kill as well. I think personally, anyway. But yeah, I don't know. Probably, I'll go with Show No Mercy. Actually, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll go with that. I find that I do like Pleasure to Kill, but it gets held up an awful lot, and I think it's a bit overrated by people. Even though, yeah, I'm going to go with that.
All right. Mike's going with Slayer. Jurgen, what do you think about this one?
This is probably the heaviest choice until now, because I love both of the albums. This is even a worse choice than Marty facing Scanner versus Helloween. I really can't choose. Just let me take a look at that.
Sure.
I think just for the band picture alone, I'm going to take that one.
Okay.
And I will never have a life again without the song The Pestilence.
Pestilence.
It's that close. It's starting to come down to the band photo difference. That's cutting it close. Let's see. Marty, what do you think?
Well, I mean, that Slayer record is unlike any other Slayer record. I mean, it's their most Norwegian new wave of British heavy metal inspired album ever. I mean, the riffs are great, but I gotta say, I've probably spun Pleasure to Kill more than Show No Mercy. There's just a perfect snapshot in time. I love that album. I gotta go with Pleasure to Kill. It's rough. I mean, I still have Rain and Blood to fall back on. I mean, it's a different album than Show No Mercy. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to hear Black Magic or whatever. I don't know. I'm going with Pleasure to Kill.
Okay, fair enough. That was a tough one for folks. Interesting.
Yep.
Okay, I've got another one that speaks for Pleasure to Kill. It's Mille has got a Manowar patch on his
Perfect. Hail and kill. I am drunk, James. Yes, I am. Sorry, everybody. It's the whiskey. This good town. This whiskey's brewed in town. Michigan straight bourbon whiskey. It's brewed in my town here. It's really fucking good. I had 2 shots mixed with these fucking wussy ass fuck shit drinks. I'm hammered. Anyway, am I the last to chime in on this one?
Yes, I believe so. I don't think I said mine. I would go with Show No Mercy on this pair. That's arguably my favorite Slayer album. Most days I'd probably pick it as my favorite Slayer. So
it's my favorite Slayer record. It is, hands down.
Yeah.
It's kind of an alarming how little I listen to Slayer. I mean, I spun them a lot when I was a youngster, but these days I don't spin them that much. Anyway.
All right. Over to you then, Marty.
That's me? Okay.
Yep.
All right. Well, I struggled to pick a pair one with this. Tales from the Twilight World. I know this is a one near and dear to Alan's heart. This is a great Blind Guardian record.
Yep.
For sure. But the first one that came up, I was thinking, I'm going to pair a Helloween record with this. But, Kai Hansen sings on this one. But I'm like, you know what? I'm going to go a little different route here. Let's go with Hall of the Mountain King by Savatage on the pairing. I thought this was an okay pairing.
No, that's an okay pairing. Yeah.
I can't remember what's on that Blind Guardian. Where's mine?
It's got Traveler in Time.
Welcome to Dying. Wicked Weird Dreams. Lord of the Rings. Goodbye, my friend. Lost in the Twilight Hall.
Yep.
Tommy Knockers. Altar 4. Is that what I'm seeing? Yep.
Yeah, it's an instrumental for
The Last Candle and Run for the Night live. This is a reissue, obviously. It's 2 CD reissue. People are going with Savatage, it looks like.
Savatage votes, yeah. Thrash, Wade, and Chemical Reaction all picking Savatage.
US power metal with German power metal.
Yep.
Used to be speed metal, but they're drifting. They're drifting into the Tolkien world on these for sure.
Yep.
Boy, a lot of.
Who wants to tackle this one first?
Let's go Mike first. What do you got, Mike? What do you think on these two?
I like that Blind Guardian album. It's got some high points, but there's also some that kind of just go over my head a bit. But I think I'd probably take Savatage, actually. If it had been a little bit later on with Blind Guardian, then I would have probably picked the Blind Guardian album, but I think with that particular one, is that the third album?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, if it had been Nightfall, I would have gone with that, but I'll take Savatage, I think.
Hey, James, I'm here to make you hard. That sounded bad. Sorry. Okay, Jurgen, what do you think?
Easy one.
Yep.
Blind Guardian for me. I don't know. I love them since the original Lucifer's Heretic days. We traded demos back then, and this album and the predecessor, Follow the Blind, are the best
It's so good.
speed metal albums.
Speed metal masterpiece.
Just this is an original from No Remorse Records.
Nice.
Just look at the band picture. They look so innocent
And happy. They're happy.
and happy. Yeah. Savatage at that point ran through a couple of differences.
The album before this one sucks so much fucking ass. It's terrible.
And Blind Guardian were still innocent.
Yep.
So to say. So, my choice.
Right on. What about you, Alan?
Yeah, that's a hard pair. Both of those are albums I love to death. They're both A+, 100%, 10 out of 10 albums, however you want to phrase it. I think the difference for me here is, again, maybe the uniqueness factor. There's a lot of good Running Wild albums in that vein, a lot of good Blind Guardian albums in that same vein. That's probably my favorite one of them, but still, there are a lot of other ones that when in that stretch, that are right there, really good. Also, Mountain King kind of stands alone. There's not a lot of things that have that same kind of weird, dark, deranged sound. Savatage were always, their own beast, and that's kind of the top of the hill for Savatage with Mountain King. Huh?
No, it's not.
Huh? Anybody?
You pick something a little higher than that in the ranking.
Top of the
In
hill,
the ranking,
Mountain King.
Yeah, you rank that was stretching. You rank something higher than that one in your ranking that people are so shocked about.
Sometimes we do it for humor, but again, both top-notch albums for me, and this is probably the most painful pair of the night, definitely since the Misfits pairing. But I think because there's lots of other good, power speed German, masterpieces to listen to, but Mountain King, I'm going to use Jurgen's Paradise Lost defense. There's just not another album that really sounds like Mountain King, and as such, I'm going to keep the Savatage and really, really hate losing some of the best Blind Guardian tracks. Traveler in Time, maybe. That sucks. That hurts, but I will keep Madness Shall Reign, and I will keep Mountain King.
Well, for me, I mean, Hall of Mountain King is classic for sure, but I got to side with the Germans on this. I absolutely love Hansi's vocals. I prefer him over the other guy. I love that. I love the Blind Guardian stuff, and I'll always go German on this one. So yeah, I'm going with Blind Guardian. Absolutely.
That's right. Two fantastic albums.
Well, Mickey has stepped out, so we're gonna have. Oh, Mickey's coming back. He's back. It's time. What's your next one?
Right. This is my last pair, unless I've deep.
Oh no, I've got so many more.
I forgot who this was aimed at. Jurgen, I think. Yeah. Right. So we've got Stay Hungry.
Oof.
Mm-hmm.
And the first one.
Oh, that's an easy one. That's an easy one.
You want to think me about that?
You are?
I don't have to think about that. I just came across underground underground Twisted Sister stuff a couple of years ago, but the first Wasp album guided me, I'd like to say that, for 35 years or so. So Wasp all the way. The first time I came across Wasp was the Live at the Lyceum videotape, and they played almost the whole debut album. So
it was an easy pick for me with Wasp, but for some reason Wasp can catch a lot of flack. There's some people just don't give them any credit at all for whatever
It's
reason.
too bad because, man, they're fucking great. Blackie's vocals are so fucking unique. So good.
I guess I know what it is, and you can target Wasp already on their second album for copying something or getting cash out of something.
Yeah.
But the first Wasp record was unique.
Yep.
Yeah, well, if you've watched videos in the Raw, Blackie Lawless was like really disappointed with the production of The Last Command because he says it sounds like we've jumped from our first album to our third or fourth album, just with the difference in production.
Mm-hmm.
I think I personally think Last Command's the weakest of the 80s stuff. But yeah, first album.
Oh, but it's got Wild Child on it. It's got.
Oh yeah, it's good. I just don't think it's up there with the other two from the 80s. The other three, sorry. But yeah, it's still good. I do fall off after 92 though. I think they're just. The fall so far, it's ridiculous.
I gotta say, we on the album club we did a Wasp album. I can't remember what the fucking name of it is right now because I'm hammered. But
Unholy Terror.
Unholy Terror, it's quite good. I mean, it's a really well written record. Chris Holmes is on it. It's a good fucking record, man. Blackie sounds great on it. There's Wasp still put out good records, man. I haven't heard anything past that, but I have a feeling that they're still good. Anyway, Jurgen, what do you think?
Wasp I already made my choice. Wasp.
Yeah.
Wasp. Okay. Yeah. Alan.
I'll pick Wasp. I'm not as huge a fan of the first album as I am some of the others. This is one I got to disagree with Mike. I think Wasp got a bit better with time and with age. I love a lot of their 90s albums. They got really dark and angry sounding and kind of trimmed away a little bit of the more, the hairy, money, pay attention to a side of things. They got really cool on some of those 90s albums. I like some of the 80s albums, but I'm not as huge on them as some folks. I'll still take the first album. I am very happy to see a lot of love for the Twisted Sister album in the chat, though. I feel like Twisted Sister is one of those bands that very quickly got left in the dust by a lot of heavy metal fans, and kind of unfairly so. Even by the late 80s, it was a band that people just weren't paying attention to and kind of writing off as, some folks wouldn't even want to call them a heavy metal band. And I always thought, they kind of got, shit on a little bit for reasons I never understood. So yeah, very happy to see love for Twisted Sister. But yeah, I think I'll go with Wasp. It's a good pairing and a good question.
Yeah, that's a great pairing, really. But I got to go with Wasp. I mean, I think they're a lot harder. At that point, Twisted Sister was starting to lean into more of a commercial realm. Not that it was like, it was still metal, but it was a lot more commercialized. Obviously, they exploded on MTV. It was, MTV was very good to that band during that era. But for me, Wasp, I mean, the Blackie's vocals, Dee Snider is an amazing singer. Still is. He still got his voice. It's still great. But Blackie for me, he's just got that grit. that those songs on there were on the debut were so good. I'm going with Wasp.
Yeah. Aaron makes a good point in the chat too. While the videos did help Twisted Sister a huge amount early on, they probably didn't help them later in their career, where they started looking too cheesy to folks. By the time thrash and death metal, then you go back and look at this crazy guy with makeup all over himself, and it's just like, fuck that shit. That's so 5 years ago. The videos probably didn't help them long term, but broke them very big time. So that's a good.
But did the commercial videos help Wasp either? Okay,
Wasp videos getting nearly as much airplay and attention, but it was a little bit before. It was just a year or two early, so maybe I just didn't care. Maybe I just wasn't watching MTV enough to really register how much they were getting played. I'm not sure.
Okay.
The leader of the pack is.
You're a couple of years older than me. Did the Wasp videos have a huge impact? I mean, Wasp got a lot of press and stuff. I remember, their name was out because they like the fuck up on title and such. I just don't know how much the MTV airplay did or didn't.
Well, I mean, the Wasp videos, I mean, like Blind in Texas was a huge video on MTV. Huge. What was the other single from that record? I don't remember. I just remember the Blind in Texas. And I was like thinking, wow, they've got a lot glammier. They were obviously trying to swing. Hey, Mike, I think your sound's starting to get weird again.
Right. I don't know.
But, but Twisted Sister, they got way commercial. Way commercial.
They also got very mired down in the whole PMRC lawsuits and all that stuff. That's, sure, there were some kids that, heard about that and ran out to buy their albums. But that kind of thing it eats up a lot of your time. It's a lot of emotional and mental energy. That kind of thing can be very draining to a band. That wasn't a positive, that, the band had to do that. Dee Snider literally, had to testify before Congress, about all that, bullshit back then.
Yep.
Yeah, and actually, if it's interesting, if folks haven't ever, if that's before your time, if you want to just watch something interesting sometime, go back on YouTube and watch Dee Snider's testimony. It's on YouTube, of course.
It's quite good.
It's quite good. It's very impressive. I mean, he shows up just looking, like, he walked in straight from a show, not with the makeup, all the denim and stuff. But it's, it's so cool to see how articulate he is, how well thought out his points are. How he's polite, but he does not take any shit from Al Gore, during the question and answer part of it at all. He's very polite. He doesn't blow up at him or anything, but he puts the screws to him at the same time. It's a very well done response to what, is not, that's a pretty tense situation to have to walk into and deal with. So it's a cool watch, even all these years later, if you want to see a little piece of heavy metal history.
Yep, absolutely. Since Jurgen is out going potty, Alan, why don't you jump in with your next pair?
All right.
Well, wait, Jurgen is back.
All right. Yep. So then Mike just did his last pick. So
so I just found my glasses, so that qualifies me to.
God, I'm the fucking dumb one here.
Jurgen now looks 17% smarter and 24% sexier. So.
Especially with these glasses on. So this one is going out to you, Marty. Running Wild, Death or Glory.
Yep. Great album. You know what? Since they're really not that much alike, that's just basically a mean pick.
That's why we're here.
That's just a mean pick. Why don't we let Mike go first so I can think about this for a minute? Go ahead, Mike. What do you got?
Well, there's not a lot for me to think about there. Definitely Running Wild, but I know that is a really tough one for you. So I'm more interested in watching you suffer.
All right. I'll take it like a man. I'll go back. I'll jump in the trenches. I'm going with Running Wild because that's an amazing album. The riffs. I'm going to say that Running Wild makes me happier than Coroner does. Coroner is more of a nostalgia trip. It's an amazing album. It's great, but I've Got No More Color is my second favorite Coroner album that can give me the Coroner vibes. But that Running Wild is one of my favorite Running Wild records. So I'm going to have to go with why am I big? Well, I am big, but there we go. I'm going with Running Wild on that one. Alan, what do you think?
I think that is a really good pairing of two top-notch albums. I love R.I.P. a lot. Baron's amazing on it. It's a fun set of songs, but most days I'll say Black Hand In is my favorite Running Wild album, but there are days I'll say Death or Glory is my favorite Running Wild album.
Riding the Storm. Fuck, man.
So I'll have to pick Running Wild, but man, that hurts. It hurts to say that, but I think I have to say that. If anything besides those two Running Wild albums, even the number 3 Running Wild album on my list, I would pick R.I.P. But can't do it.
All right, Jurgen, what do you pick?
I definitely pick Running Wild.
Yep.
Okay, we're
It's just a more fun record. It's just more fun.
Yeah.
I think it's just more refined songwriting, not technicality to mix it up. The technicality rules on the Coroner album, but songwriting-wise, it's always Running Wild.
Yep. It's a tough pick, but at the end of the day, I'm happy with my decision because that is such a fun record. It's so much fun. Alan, you're up.
All right, I'm looking. Some of the ones I had, we've talked about some of these albums, so I want to skip that. What do we want to close with here for my last pick?
Man, I'm not ready to close. I've got a few others that I want to show the class here.
You can do a couple of bonus ones if you want. That's cool.
Yes.
I'll close with this one. We haven't really talked about either of these bands tonight. So, yeah, let's do this one. All right. Iron Maiden, Killers, second album, or Manowar's Hail to England?
It's mean, but I know what the answer is.
I'm pretty sure I know what your answer is, but yeah, we'll see what everyone has to say. Jurgen, you want to go first on this one?
That is going to be a short one, Killers.
Yeah.
Fair.
Maiden are my second favorite band, and I really...
What's your first favorite band?
You know that. It's Voivod.
Voivod. Okay. Yeah, I knew that.
Voivod over Maiden. I'm sorry, Lazarus, if you're watching, but it's always Voivod over Maiden.
All right.
Yeah, all right. Mike, what do you think?
Hang on. I'm just trying to grab one more last pick.
Okay, no problem.
And I did have it, and it's gone. But with that, that Manowar starts really well, doesn't it?
Yeah, ends really well too.
And Killers was never one of my favourites, but I've warmed to it over the years.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I'd probably go with Killers actually, especially as there's only 2 Diano albums. Yeah, I would go with that.
Okay, Marty, I think I know what your answer is going to be.
Yeah, I'm going Killers. I mean, I love that Manowar record. I love that early Manowar. It's so good. I love to dip my nuts into the fucking Velveeta soup all day long. I love it so much. But I gotta go with Killers. That's my favorite Maiden record. It's my favorite Maiden record, hands down. Better than the Bruce era. it's the best Diano ever did. And, you know, cheers to that fucking guy. That fucking guy. You know, he was he right for Maiden? Maybe not. I mean, Bruce took Maiden to the next level. There's no denying that.
Yeah.
But Diano, I love the debut, but Killers, there's just magic on that. And part of it was the songwriting. You know, Diano did what he did. He didn't sing outside of his range, which I always loved. And he just sang over some great music, man. I mean, Steve and Dave, they wrote some great fucking music on that record. It's their best record. And there's songs on that record they still play today in their set. I mean, it's stood the test of time. You know, a lot of bands, I mean, you look at Fate's Warning, you know, all the years that John Mateos was saying how embarrassed he was by the early Fate's Warning shit. I mean, that early Maiden stuff is classic. It's canon. It's fucking metal formula. It's like the top of the mountain shit. And that Killers is an amazing record, and I'll never, ever say that any other album by them is my favorite other than Killers. So yeah, sorry, Manowar. I love you. I love you, Cheesy, Joey DeMaio, and Eric Adams. I love you, but gotta go with Killers.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, and James, you're right. I was kind of aiming to pick what a lot of people would consider the best album from both bands to line those up. I'd pick Killers here as well. That's an incredibly good Manowar album.
It is.
Yeah. If it was Sign of the Hammer, it'd be a harder choice for me, but I like Sign a little bit more than Hail to England. But yeah, Killers is really, really up there. So I think we all agree on that one. Killers it is. All right, Marty. What you got next?
Okay. I'm going to go with two technical albums put together. We're going to see where Jurgen goes on this one. We got Coroner's Punishment for Decadence. Let's make me big. Coroner's Punishment for Decadence, the USA cover. I don't have the cool fucking European cover. Or Deception Ignored by Death Row. Some buddies of Jurgen probably lives next door to him. They go shopping together at the fucking local market. They push each other's carts and whatever. So what do you got here? What you got, Jurgen? You got some Coroner Punishment for Decadence with vocals that are mixed a little too low, but you got Skeleton on Your Shoulder, which is a killer fucking ass ripper song. Or you've got, you know, Events and Concealment, Machinery, Watching the World. Who's watching the world, Jurgen? Is it you? Or are you more of a I don't know, Mass Jackal kind of guy? Where do you go? Which
I'm more of a Masked Jackal kind of guy.
Holy shit. You're forsaking your countrymen? You fuck.
Yeah. And if you're gonna go with traveling distances, I'm nearer to Coroner than to Death Row.
Oh, true that. I can see that. Okay. Yep. True. I forget. Europe is, you can drive in 3 hours, you can drive through 3 countries. In US, that's not the case.
Yep. I think I can get to both of these bands home base within 2 hours. But I'm going for the Coroner one because the songwriting is, in my opinion, is better. The US cover looks better.
Yeah, it's cooler, but they're both cool.
I think, apart from the in the background mixed vocals, it has a better production.
Yep. Mike, where are you at?
I'll go with Coroner as well. I'm not especially into that Death Row album, quite honestly. But yeah, and the vocals are a bit low on the Coroner album, but yeah, I'll take the music. So yeah, I'll go for that.
Alan?
I like the Coroner album quite a bit, and I don't really know anything about the Death Row album, so Coroner.
I'm walking through the streets of my old town, looking back on the days of my youth. Death Row for me. It's a great Coroner record. I'm drunk, so my vocals sucked, but I love that Death Row record so much. It's so weird, good, strange, forced, everything. It's so good. And I love that Coroner record, but man, it always pissed me off they mixed the vocals down. I know he wasn't thrilled with his vocal style. I prefer R.I.P. I prefer No More Color, but the production and the technicality of the songwriting is fantastic. Is fantastic on that Punishment album. It's fantastic, but I got to go with Death Row on this one. I don't even feel bad about it.
Okay.
I needed the effects. You're right, Simon. I needed effects on that one for sure, but even that wouldn't polish a turd at this point.
Mike, did you say you dug up one more pair?
I've got one last pair, yeah.
All right, let's do it.
We've got Tempo of the Damned.
Okay, is Zetro's last album with the band for a while?
For a while, yeah. And
First and last.
The Gathering.
Huh.
Okay.
Okay, Mike. I don't. I know your British humor just allows that, but
yeah, I've
You
seen
know what I
both
mean.
those tours, but I've got to say, I mean, I love this Exodus album, but they were fucking dreadful live. They were you not at that gig, Jurgen? Because Grave and Nuclear Assault and what do they call that band? It's like two people. One's a drum machine. It's really fucking mental. Chainsaw Dismemberment.
Mortician.
That band, Mortician.
Yep.
Where didn't you go as part of the tour thing with Grave? Were you not there at Sheffield?
at Sheffield, let me think about that. No.
Oh. Well, anyway, it's actually a lot closer than I used to think it was, but I think Testament just edges it, but that's my favorite Exodus album.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Testament just beats it out. What's anyone else think?
I totally see your point. Tempo of the Damned may be their best album. I think I like some stuff of Fabulous Disaster better, but as a whole, Temple of the Dead is better. But my choice goes to Testament because I think it's a near perfect album.
It's really produced well. Andy Sneap did that, I believe. Isn't that Andy Sneap production?
Yep.
It's played well. It's sung well. So I think I'm gonna go for Testament.
I would go with Testament on that one too. I haven't heard that Exodus album in a long time. I remember it being fine, but I just never went back and revisited it much. But I really like The Gathering. Yeah, it's a very, very strong album. A lot of really great tracks on that one. The first several tracks of that album, it just takes off really good with DNR, and the first several tracks, it just keeps building momentum. So great album on that one.
Okay. For me, I don't own that Temple of the Damned. I've heard it. It's good. I prefer Testament on that one. Hands down. Good production. Good songs. Going for Testament.
Mike,
All right.
what's your choice?
Yeah, Testament beats it, but it's not. It's probably not as far apart from me as it is for some of you lot.
This is a very close one
Yeah.
because it's one of Testament's best albums apart from The Legacy, and it's one of Exodus's band's best albums.
Mm. Yeah. And
That's
they're like comeback albums as well, aren't they? So.
Yeah, and I think Testament wins.
Yeah.
All right.
Not by far, but
Jurgen, you're up.
okay. I've got two
Whoops.
pairings. I've got one pairing for each one of you. So, Mike,
Zombie Attack.
against that one.
Oh, that's a hard one, that.
That's a good pairing.
Yep.
Oh, that's hard. That. Because
Whoa, wait a minute. Oh, okay. You pulled out the insert. I was gonna say that pressing's different than mine. Okay, I see what you did.
yeah,
No insert. It's
Oh,
just-
okay. It was a tankard in the back. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm drunk. It was signed, dude, because they live next door. They go grocery shopping together.
that is very, very hard. That I might just Kreator just wins that. Just wins that, but that's tight. Yeah.
Alan?
For a typical thrash fan, it's very obvious. But if you look a little bit deeper, it gets hard to choose between these two albums, right?
Yeah, because that's up there in my favorite tankard albums.
I know that.
Not mine. We gotta say Chemical Invasion is the ultimate. Chemical Invasion is the ultimate tanker record. That album is fucking amazing.
Zombie Attack's really fun though.
Zombie Attack is fun, but the chorus is the name of the song 4 times. Every time. Chemical Invasion is just a little bit more structured, a little more technical.
Oh yeah, it's different in style. Yeah, I would on this one. I would take with the tankard. I think we talked a lot about the Kreator album recently on one of the Heavy Metallurgy Wednesday night book club album shows. But yeah, I like that tankard album. I know it's not necessarily their best, but it's a very fun album. I enjoy it quite a bit. So the tankard, I'll take the Zombie Attack.
I enjoyed this tankard as well, but I got to go with Blind Faith. I got to go with Behind the Mirror. I'm going with tankard. I'm going with Kreator on that one.
Okay. Nice pair, Jurgen.
Good pair. Okay, what's your next one?
Mine?
Oh, when we switch, I still have like 3 more I want to show you guys, but Alan, you're next.
Jurgen, you said you had like one left for each of us, so I think Marty thought you were just going to go through them if you want.
Oh, I think we're gonna switch.
We can switch. Okay.
We can switch around then. Okay, I'll do one last one here, and then like you and Jurgen can do your last ones. Okay, yeah, these bands have come up just a little bit, but not a ton. So let's finish up with Venom Black Metal versus Celtic Frost Morbid Tales.
Mike?
Do you know, I don't really know that Venom album that well.
What?
I honestly don't. I was very late with them, and I keep pulling Venom albums out, and none of them's that. Let me have a look.
That's fine. I almost picked the Welcome to Hell, but I didn't. I thought folks might. I thought this might be a slightly better pairing, but I'm not sure. Maybe not.
I don't. It's really hard. I don't feel sort of qualified really to pick one out of those two, to be honest.
That's okay. Yep, you can take a pass if we've all had to do that from time to time. Let's see.
Yeah, I think I'll bow out to that one.
That's quite
Jurgen,
okay.
Jurgen, what you got?
Of these two, I think black metal.
Okay.
But because of the rock and rollness to
Yep.
it.
Marty, what about you?
Sacrifice. Sacrifice. Venom for me. I love. That's my first Venom record, and it'll always be a classic. Love that record. It's so much fun. It's just a fun listen. Even Teacher's Pet. Fuck it. I like that song too. I like the whole goddamn album.
I like that song too. Yes, it's kind of corny, but what about Venom wasn't corny? Venom's one of those bands some people just take too damn seriously.
Teacher caught me masturbating underneath a desk, winked at me, and waved her eyes to see me after class.
Yeah.
So
like
good.
You got to find the fun with Venom, or you're missing an important part of them.
Yep.
I like both these albums a lot. You kind of say the same with Celtic Frost a little bit. Some people take them too seriously, but Morbid Tales is still very fun. Yeah, it's slow.
It's fun. No, it's a great record. Into Crypts of Rays.
Yep. It's still kind of primitive for them, but I'd probably take black metal out of the pair. For me, it was kind of an interesting and close pairing, but I think black metal probably just wins it out. So I'll wrap up on that pair. And Marty, it sounds like you and Jurgen have a couple left that you want to. We'll let you go back and forth between them unless Mike's got anything else he wants to do.
No, I'm fine.
Okay, I've got a couple German debuts here for Mr. Jurgen. Both of these are fun. Both of these I consider classics. We're going to start off with Assassin, The Upcoming Terror, which I fucking love this record. The Upcoming Terror, the best Assassin album ever. And Destruction's Infernal Overkill. Man, this is a tough one for me. I don't know why, but it is. What do you think, Jurgen?
You think it's that hard?
I think Destruction's Infernal Overkill is a better record, but I really love the charm and sloppiness of Upcoming Terror.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's tough for me. I'm going to go with Assassin on this one, which is fucking stupid because I love Infernal Overkill. I love it.
But I think you have to still consider the longevity of a record, and in that case, Infernal Overkill definitely wins. In a short term, the Upcoming Terror can be better.
Let's say that this is the only two albums that these bands did. Let's not look at what happened afterwards, because Assassin sucked all the dicks after this album. I don't know what happened with this band, but the album after it was okay, but this album is fucking great. I love this. Might be one of my favorite Destruction records. This thing is fucking great.
Destruction sucked a lot of dicks.
They sucked a lot of dicks too.
To get to the second album, so to keep it in that obscene language, who of these guys does suck more and longer?
Well, I think Assassin sucked the most dicks because they never really got it together after this record. I have not heard a lot of Assassin after. I know they got back together. Their second album I've got on vinyl. It's okay. It's not as good. This album is fucking so good. It is so good. It's raw. It's fucking scattered. It's so good. They never did it again. But this record is perfect. I don't know, man. It's got Bestial Invasion,
But
Invincible Force, Tormentor. Oh, it's a tough. I think this is a tough pick. If you looked at one album, one and done album, let's say that Destruction folded after this. Look at it that way. Sucking dicks is, whatever. If I'm getting, it's all good. I'm not saying it's bad or good. I'm just saying it is what it is.
okay, sucking dick in sucking dicks in music business is not too bad, but I think Assassin sucked some asses too, and they have lost.
Oh, okay. Mike, have you heard both of these albums?
I haven't heard Assassin. I've no idea. So no, I'll have to bow out of that one as well. I like the Destruction album.
Me too. I love this Destruction album. It's great.
I definitely haven't heard. I haven't even heard of that Assassin album, to be honest.
How about you, Alan? How many dicks have you seen these guys suck?
The Assassin album is absolutely fine, but I'll take the Destruction. I like that Destruction album quite a bit. So
why is it so hard for me? I mean, I love the Destruction album, but man, this album is so good. It's so good. No one ever talks about this record. Have you noticed? No one talks about this fucking record.
Yeah,
it's sloppy. It's sloppy. It's chaotic. It's so fun. It's so fun.
Sounds a lot like a blowjob.
Yeah, this guy
Sloppy,
here,
chaotic fun.
that guy right there. It's all about that dude right there. I don't know, man.
It's I agree. It's got a lot of that primitive German sense to it.
Yeah.
But the songwriting is great. It's primitive, but it's memorable.
Yep.
I totally understand all you say about the upcoming terror, but yeah, Destruction wins.
I'm going to begrudgingly side with Destruction on this one because it's so good. It's so classic. It's their evilest record. It's their most evil record. And the production on the two albums that came after this, as much as I love them both, like Eternal Devastation, it sounds like the guitars have no distortion. It's weird. It's someone in a previous stream we were talking about Eternal Devastation. They said it sounded like it was recorded on tinfoil. That is like a perfect description, but I'm going to side with this record, but it's close, man. This record is so fun. I love this record. No one ever talks about the upcoming terror. No one does. And it's like one of those records. It's like lost to time. I don't know what it is. I don't know why, but this record is fun, man. Bullets, Assassin, holy shit. Speed of Light, great fucking songs, man. Great thrash record. Great German moment of time, and no one gives a fuck. It's so sad. It's sad. And then I checked out a couple of the reunion albums. They suck. They suck. I don't know. Maybe I'm not listening to the right ones. Jurgen, steer me straight, but I don't know.
All right, Jurgen, what you got next?
I've got something for you, Alan.
Okay.
Oh, such a great record.
Perfect, man.
Don't you feel the winter? Oh, that's not even a fair comparison. I know which one Alan's going to side with, but it's probably not right.
Yeah, I can still. This is pre Nothing Face. We're still okay with Voivod here. I do like that Rage album. Rage is definitely more my style, as we've discussed. Voivod, I admit, it's a personal shortcoming. I'm just not. Voivod's just not my band. So I'll really admit, Hatros is probably a much more important album and probably a better album from lots of metrics. But for me personally, yeah, I'll take the Rage, please.
I will keep you safe and warm.
Yep, I'll keep the Rage. That Rage album is not perfect, but I will take it. I do like Hatros. Now that one is still, it's a good Voivod album. I do like it. That might be the only Voivod album I still own a hard copy of. Come to think of it, I don't think I have Killing Tech anymore. I've got it on digital, but yep, Rage for me. What do you guys think,
Mike?
It's very, very close. But I just recently listened to Dimensionators about 2 weeks ago, and it just edges out Rage for me, which might come as a surprise to Jurgen. He might have thought I would have just jumped on Rage.
And Marty, I think I know which way you'll go, but to make it official,
that Rage record is great, but I got to go with Dimension Hatros. It's my favorite Voivod record. Brain Scan, Macro Solutions to Mega Problems. I can't deny Dimension Hatros for me.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, Marty, you got one more that
I've got three more. You want me to just roll through them? We'll go through them.
Let's see. Yeah, go ahead and roll through yours, and then if Jurgen's got one more, we'll wrap up with that.
We're going back to Germany because that's just Germany is fucking nailing it. Let's just agree that Germany is crushed for metal for many, many, many decades. Persecution Mania against Pleasure to Kill. The best Sodom record with the maybe the second best Kreator record for me, but I love this record. Mike?
God, that is hard. That is hard for me. I'm not. Jesus, I don't know. I'm gonna go Kreator on that, but I don't like that album anywhere near as much as I thought I did when I listened to it recently. It's I really don't. But I'll take it over Sodom. I actually prefer loads more Sodom albums than that one, to be honest.
Right on.
Okay.
Jurgen?
Just for the song Bombenhagel, I'm gonna take the Kreator album. I just hate that song.
Dun 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 dun.
See.
What about you, Alan?
I'll take the Sodom here. I like that album quite a bit. It's my favorite Sodom album.
It's my favorite Sodom record too. Absolutely.
Again, I'm newer to Kreator. Kreator was one of the bands that slipped through the cracks for a long time. So I've got Pleasure to Kill. I like Pleasure to Kill, but Sodom, that particular Sodom's way up there. If you'd picked a different Sodom album, we'd be splitting the hairs a bit closer. But Persecution Mania, I'll take that one for sure.
Ripping Corpse, Death is Your Savior. Pestilence. Command of the Blade. I'm going with Pleasure to Kill. Okay. It's a tough choice, but I gotta go with that. Okay, I'm gonna jump into. I got two more, and we're done.
Yep. Unless Jurgen's got one more.
Jurgen, do you have one? You have more?
Yeah. And we've got that one again. Against.
Okay, I know where I'm going with this one. I know. I'm gonna set the record straight on this one. Mike, let's go with you first. Where are you going with this one?
Oh, that's easy. That's easy for me. That Walls of Jericho is just that would beat loads of albums for me. It's an easy one.
Yeah, same here. Walls. There are very few things anyone's going to name that would make me turn down Walls of Jericho. All right, Marty.
Walls of Jericho, Ride the Sky,
There you go.
Metal Invaders, Gorgar. It's Helloween. I love that Kreator record. It's a tough choice, but the fucking Germans, man. You guys have got the shizzle going for sure. I love it.
Jurgen,
But
what do you pick there, Jurgen?
I'm going for the German band here. Kreator.
Go Kreator?
Yeah.
Ride the Sky ever again?
No.
Oh my god. I thought
No
you might
more,
go for
no more
Kreator.
Death is Your Savior.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, the chat's pretty split. The chat's very back and forth on these two also. So yeah, it's a good. That's
They're completely James. They're different albums, man. One's a speed metal record. One's a more of a modern power metal record. I mean, they're still great, but what can I can't talk about Keepers 1 anymore because I voted it off the island. So what do I know?
Or Keepers too.
Yeah, our Keepers too. Yeah.
All right, Marty. I think we're down to your last pair.
Okay, I got two more.
Or two pairs. Okay. Wrap up with your last two.
This one's kind of going out to Jurgen.
I already know what wins.
Oh fuck! I'm drunk. I shouldn't be handling records.
Okay.
Okay, sharpen your pencil.
Okay, fuck you.
Nope, you got to pick one. You'll never be able to hear one ever again. So, Mike, while you're thinking about it, Mike, what do you think?
I'll go with Dimension. I know it's a bit better than Killing Technology. That's really what it comes down to for them, for me.
How about you, Alan? Where you stand? I know you're not a big Voivod fan, but
Yeah. I do like both these albums, all right, and yeah, it's kind of hard to choose between them.
Jurgen better take a long drink.
I think I would pick Killing Technology. If I played them back to back, I might flip that. But for tonight, I will pick Killing Technology. But I consider those two pretty close to one another, and I do like them both. Again, the first four Voivods I'm fine with. Some of the later ones I'm fine with. It's just you hit right there around Nothing Face, and I gotta tune out for a while. So yeah, good pair, good question.
Well,
Jurgen, I've bought you all the time I can, Jurgen.
I'm gonna put on my effect for this. No sun for the gray children waiting to catch the strange airy notions of the place. Their evolution. There's their brain mutations. Dimension for me all day. Love it. Amazing album. Perfect 10 out of 10. I love Killing Technology, but Dimension took this and made it even better. This is the band perfect. Absolutely from start to finish, perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Dimension for me. What about you, Jurgen? Where are you at?
He's in Germany, Marty.
Will always be my favorite heavy metal, prog metal, sludge metal, something metal. It will always be my favorite record of all time.
Yep. It's so good. It's absolutely perfect. Perfect record.
I can't help it. I know I said it all numerous times, but that record is just perfect.
It's perfect. I've listened to that album probably 1,000,000 times. It never gets old. It's so damn good. It makes me happy every time I put it on. Wow. It's so good. Well, I've got one more pick, and then we'll be done with this.
All right, Marty.
4-hour-long fiasco. Okay. These two albums, I don't know if you guys have heard both of these records. I know what my answer is on this. It's obvious, but both of these records are very similar. We've got Hibria's Defying the Rules. Alan knows where I'm going with this.
Yep, great album.
With Awakening the World by Lost Horizon. Both of these albums are very similar.
Okay, some 21st century power metal.
Mike, have you heard either of these bands?
I've never heard of either of them.
I'm going to tell you right now. Buy this record, Awakening the World. You will be stroking your dick weeks down the road and thanking me for it while you're listening to this record. Just saying. Just saying.
It's a vivid and disturbing picture, Marty.
It's true though.
What's
I'm
the-
just looking at this record gets me half hard. Just looking
what
at the
does it
cover.
sound like that I will have heard? What are the nearest to?
I don't think they sound like anybody really, other than maybe this band a little bit.
I mean, Lost
I don't
Horizon's got, I mean, you start with, a very classic European, power speed metal framework, but it's got a good epic flair, but it does not get, into the, frilly shirt crowd whatsoever. Hybria is a little more straightforward. It's still very fast, good epic tone.
Very technical, good bass work.
Yeah, lots of good instrumentation, but not. It comes across, as it still comes across actually, as a very straightforward sound. It doesn't. It's not as. What's a good way to put it?
Teddy, Tommy, you're wrong. I mean, Eternal Champion is good, but not as good as Lost Horizon. I'm sorry.
Oh, no,
No way.
Yeah. The Hybria just has a very the Hybria focus is a little more straightforward and focuses maybe a little bit more on an epic vibe, but a little easier to digest. Whereas Lost Horizon goes, a little bit more for the over the top sound. Both very good.
The very technical. This Lost Horizon is very technical, very catchy with a soaring power metal pitch singing vocalist. He's like over the top. This is so fucking good. Oh my god. Yep.
I'll give it a listen tomorrow, both of them.
Awakening the World. Listen to Awakening the World first. It is such a great record. Holy shit. What do you think, Jurgen? Here comes.
I
Here,
think the Hybria album is more of a ripoff than the Lost Horizon. The first Lost Horizon record has some really, really special moments.
yeah.
And I'm going to gravitate to that one.
Yep. What about you, Alan?
The Lost Horizon may be, as Jurgen said, a little more unique and a little better. But that I love that Hybria album to death. I've played that one.
It's so
into
good.
the ground. So I would keep the Hybria. Over
What?
Lost Horizon.
Whoa.
Hey, you asked for a choice. I'm making my choice. Both great, but no, the Hybria that one really ranks high for me in power metal from the past 20 years. Most of the time, most pairings I'd take Lost Horizon, but you found one where nope, I'll have to choose the Hybria.
I appreciate that answer because they're very similar, but this is like Jurgen said, there's some special shit on this record. It is so fucking good. Welcome Back. How could you not listen? That is like the ultimate air guitar fucking song. This whole album is like an air guitar. Like, even if you don't play guitar, you're air guitar into this record. It's so good. The riffs are so good. Mike, if you're into like European power, I mean, these guys are Swedish. The main guy, the guitar player, was in a death metal band called Luciferion. This sounds like Luciferion, but way more power metal, over the top. It is over the top riff insanity with a singer that's like soaring high. But it's cheesy, but it's like so good cheesy. It's so good. Hybria is so good as well. They're very similar in style. Very similar. My buddy Zoller got this disc for me. He was over here and played it for me, and there's a definite union between these two. They're very similar, but Lost Horizon for me forever. So good. Very few albums will dethrone that one. Absolutely. But yeah, 4 hours.
We have pummeled each other long enough, I believe.
Whoa, Alan just made a Scanner versus Helloween pick.
I wouldn't go that far, James. That Hibria album is fantastic, folks. Man,
it is good.
We've talked about Lost Horizon a lot. Hibria much less, but that Hibria album kicks a whole lot of ass.
It does. It's good.
I understand why a lot of folks would pick Lost Horizon over it, but Hibria is right up my alley. But yes, Mike, Jurgen, thank you so much for joining us for this extended evening. It's probably like lunchtime for y'all by now. But we really appreciate you coming on and doing this. Everyone's had some really fun picks. And
it's been, there's been 70 people, most of the 70 plus people throughout the night. It's been a good show. Thank you so much. You guys are great. We love you both. And please, the links to their channels is in the description. Please go check them out. Both of them are laying down great content. A lot of fun. And it's been a lot of fun hanging out with you guys tonight. Thank you so much.
But Mike looks a lot better than I do.
Who does?
I'm struggling. It's after 6 o'clock in the morning right now.
You guys are fucking crazy. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Look how good you're looking at 6 o'clock. Look at me, how I look at 7 o'clock.
It's all about the glasses, man. It's all the glasses.
Well, you guys are warriors, and we'd love to get more European people in, but not many people can hang with the hours we keep. But these guys up for the challenge. I know Jurgen's a nighttime. He's worked nights a lot of time. Mike, you're
I'm just stupid.
You're just stupid, and your day is ruined tomorrow. But cheers to you for hanging out with us, for sure.
Yeah. Been lots of great pairs, lots of great discussion in the chat. I hope folks have had a good time chiming in. It's been really fun reading everybody's comments tonight. Lots of back and forth on the albums for sure. And next week, fun stuff coming up. We'll be back with the book club on Wednesday night, checking out an album by Johnny Touch, an Australian band, kind of one of the, maybe a little bit more the new wave of traditional heavy metal stuff. And then next Friday night, we will have Jeff Wagner on to talk about Fate's Warning and his upcoming book about Fate's Warning, which should be a really interesting deep dive into that classic band's catalog. So
I'm checking out after the first 3, but I'm going to try. People.
Lots of good... Lots of good stuff coming up next week. So, gentlemen, anything else that you'd like to say before we call it an evening?
I'd just like to say thanks for inviting me on. It's been great. And thanks to everyone that has watched tonight. Made it worthwhile.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Jurgen, any final comments?
Yeah. Thank you for inviting me again, despite of my bad English, but
whatever. Your English is better than mine.
Much better tonight.
I can say one thing with terrible certainty, and that is I have a much more better. That is fucked up again. I've got a much more better.
I understood it. What does that make me?
Others Germans have. You know what I mean?
It's all good. Absolutely. All right.
I'll do my last shot in the dugout afterwards. So cheers to all you folks. Thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. Everybody, thank you. Y'all have a good night. We'll see you Wednesday. Well, wait, we may see you Tuesday. Wait, are we going to see them Tuesday night? Or are you going to be busy?
We will have. I will have to wait and see about Tuesday night, but there is a possibility that Marty and I might do even a quick blast little topic sometime next week too. So keep your eyes open. You never know.
Right on. Okay. Y'all have a good night. We're jumping. See y'all later.
Everybody take care.
We need a catchphrase to sign these out, Alan. Everybody needs to come up with a catchphrase, like Ricky Rackman, 1 foot in the gutter, 1 fist in the gold. We need to come up with something like that.
Love, luck, and lollipops.